as we speak.
How do I get it live on the TV here?
It should be coming up any minute now.
Okay.
There we go. There we are. So there's a little delay. It should be coming up. That's all there is.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry, Mario's here. Cool. There's a little delay. It should be coming up. That's all there is. There we go. Can you kill the volume on the TV? Sorry, Mario's here. Cool. There's a little delay. All right. There we go. All right. Now let's see who we got in the chat. Phantom Riverstone is here. Hello, Phantom Riverstone.
Brett!
Sarumaru is here, my good friend DJ, fantastic game developer and artist out of Las Vegas. Vincent Lai, scruffy looking RGB, Skill Jim, everybody's here. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Eric Kelso. Yay, Eric!
Howdy.
Famed video game voice actor of everything, actually, right?
Well, the job, entails a lot. I mean, video games is probably what people know me more from, but I do a lot of, animations, TV commercials, and corporate videos and stuff like that. A lot of radio and TV in Japan as well.
Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit more about that because
okay.
I found out some stuff about some of the voice work you do that I hadn't been aware of. Some of it you told me about last time I was here, and I found that interesting. So I went looked up some of it. Googled some of your other work and stuff.
Yeah, if you check Wikipedia.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
So Wiki and your IMDb is always...
IMDb, yeah. It's mostly video games.
Yeah, it's mostly video games, but it keeps expanding. There's more stuff in it this time than there was, last time around. So, I went and checked it again recently, and there was, more shit in there that I didn't even know you did.
People add stuff that I don't know about sometimes.
Yeah, this all goes, your IMDb, all that shit just goes, way over here.
I don't really add things. People do. It's wonderful. People do.
Yeah. So people, really follow, the career of, their favorite voice actors and shit, and they just get in there and put that stuff in there. Anyway, let's see. We're going to take a look at the chat really quick. Sarumaru, Vincent Lai, Majority, hello, sir, welcome. Nerdy Hood Reviews is here. Phantom Riverstone is again. Martin Liss, great to hear from you. Martin Liss says, "Hey Eric,
hey,
great
Martin.
to hear from you again."
Yeah, Martin, good to hear from you.
Fantastic. So for anyone in the chat that doesn't know right now, Eric, you've been a voiceover artist for how long now?
31 years.
31 years. Good Lord. What do you recall? What your? Because I know, and I'm sure a lot of people know a lot of your video game stuff. But what was your first voice acting gig?
The first voice job I did was more of, I guess it was a bit of an acting job, but also a narration. And a buddy of mine, Julian McFarlane, voice acting narrator in Japan for 40 years, great guy. We used to drink at the same bar in Yotsuya in Tokyo. And one time I was in there, and I was just teaching English at the time, teaching prep school and high school and college. And he called his wife, who was also his manager, and to ask about his schedule. And she said, you're doing this one job, but you just got an offer to do a TV commercial, which paid, 100 times more. And so he said, Eric, can you do me a favor? And tomorrow, do you have any time? Can you cover this job for me? And I said, I don't know, can I? And he says, yeah, you can do it. You got a decent voice. You're okay. You can do it. You're a smart guy or something. I said, okay, I'll try. And so I went, and it was a 2-hour gig. And it was a children's educational textbook. It's A, apple, B, banana, kind of thing.
Nice.
And then I had to do kids' voice, hi, Mary, where are you going? Or something. And it was 2 hours. It paid 8 times what I was getting paid teaching. And I thought, wow, this is really cool. I like this.
Yeah.
And he said, well, they liked you and you really helped me out, so I'm going to give you that contract for that company because it's a once-a-month thing. I thought, wow, this is great. People actually do this. You hear voices and things, but you don't realize that's an actual job.
Yeah.
And the studio liked me, and then they started throwing me stuff. And then I found out that there are agents for this. And so I found some agents. And you make a demo. And, my demo was just on a cassette tape at the time.
Nice.
And
you were trading it at like the swap meet.
Hey, voices.
Take out my demo.
And so I talked to the studio, and they gave me a list of some different agents, and it just slowly worked from there. I was introduced to NHK, which is the National Broadcast Company of Japan, like kind of like BBC in England. And a teacher at the high school I was working at introduced me for an educational show, like a radio show on NHK. And then I started doing that, and that led to other things. So as the voice work picked up, I started cutting. I cut the high school first, and then college, or prep school, and then college, and things like that. So I was able to kind of transition into it, because it's a real catch-22, because you have to have your schedule open to get the jobs, but you have to have the jobs enabled to have your schedule open, kind of thing. So I was lucky enough that I could transition from teaching.
Nice. And that's funny that you should mention that, because I've been teaching now for about a year and a half. And, oh, holy shit. I'm sorry, I gotta cut you off, Eric. Robotic, neutronic, symbolic, with a $50 donation.
Wow, thank you.
Holy shit. Hey Jim, really glad I caught your stream finally. Here's a care package to keep you going. Get a beer on me, and one for Eric, brother, my favorite channel, Kids Sure You Can Cult. Thank you very much. Robotic, neutronic, symbolic, you're awesome.
What is it?
Robotic, neutronic, symbolic.
Very cool name.
And as far as the beer goes, we're way ahead of you.
Thank you. I'm drinking shochu here.
We're doing a little day drinking today, because typically you don't hang out with Eric Kelso unless you've got a drink in your hand.
That's probably true.
So, thank you very much, sir. Cheers to you. You're awesome.
Thank you, guys. That's really great. Appreciate that.
Oh. Okay. Now, as I was saying, I've been teaching for about a year and a half, and one of the things we do is we teach out of some of these textbooks that come with those audio aids, those CDs and listening things. And that was one of the, my first day there, sitting down with a class, putting on the listening exercise, and then fucking there you are. Like, I heard you, I knew you right away. I was like, holy shit, I was like, that's Eric. And everybody's like, I was like, oh, I think I know the narrator for these things.
Yeah.
And so, like, almost all of the audio CDs we use at my job, Eric is on there.
That's the bread and butter, A lot of it is because, there's junior high school textbooks, listening exercises, TOEIC tests, TOEFL tests, STEP tests, entrance examinations for universities. Yeah. There's just everything education. Japan is like 40% of the world's English education market or something like that. Huge. The amount of money they spend on those things and stuff. It's less, when the economy is down. But when the economy is good and they want to make new textbooks and new projects and things like that, there's a lot of work. And it's fun. It's a very different kind of recording than games or something like that. Yeah. But that's what's nice about it, is you get a variety. Yeah. And you feel like you're actually helping kids learn English. Yeah. It actually does feel good.
And I hear the same handful of people in almost all of the audio exercises I do.
There's probably about 10 guys and 10 gals doing 80% of the work in Japan.
And it shows. It definitely shows. We have a $5 donation from Sarumaru, who's actually a friend of mine out of Las Vegas, very talented artist and game developer.
Nice.
Actually, he's done a lot of the art for my channel. And
you mentioned that before. Yeah. Sarumaru.
He's produced a lot of art for me. He just gave us $5. He says, do we get Paul Phoenix quotes tonight? Maybe after some more alcohol.
Yeah, we'll get the blood boiling a little bit to get Paul's juices up.
Yeah, we gotta get Eric drinking a little more, and then he can channel some of that rage.
Because you know what they say: no pain, no gain.
That's right. Oh, so thank you, Saru. That was very generous of you, sir. Appreciate it. Hold up. So let's take a look at some of what we got going on in the chat. We got a lot of people in here. Retro Remy is here. Hello, Remy. It's always good to see you. Good to hear from you. We have Ultra Drums. Hello from Houston, Texas. Who was your favorite character to voice in Tekken? Did you voice more than one character in Tekken?
Tekken was just Paul.
One Paul Phoenix, but you voiced him for like what, decades, didn't you?
I was gonna print out my IMDb thing. I was like 4, 5, and 6.
I don't know. Well, I looked at your IMDb. It says, and I guess we can start getting into this a little bit because I wanted to talk about some of your, just like your career as a voiceover artist for video games. Because you got started with just like educational textbooks and stuff like that.
For the first few years, yeah.
Yeah. So how did you transition into games? Because according to your IMDb, and you can correct this if it's wrong, your first video game character was a character named Siegfried in a game called Soul Blade for the PlayStation.
That's the first one on IMDb. I don't remember if that was the first one I did.
Yeah.
But it's probably right, because people tend to know more about it than I do.
So there's Siegfried and Soul Blade, and then following that it says the first time you voiced Paul was in Tekken 3, which would have been like 1997-ish, 97, 98-ish. So those first couple of games were with Namco. So do you recall like how like that got started? You transitioned from educational textbooks and things like that to going to do some characters for Namco?
Well, when you're freelance, you just take anything that's offered.
Yeah.
And so I don't imagine the specifics of it, but you get a call from different agents or different studios sometimes. And I'm sure I was just given a call and said, hey, can you do this recording? And at the time, I hadn't really done many games. So, but games are always the most fun.
Yeah.
You know? And so I'm like, yeah, shit, I'd love to do a game. That'd be great. And so you go in for any game. Basically, you get nothing ahead of time. You, what they do is they give you a script and usually just a couple drawings of the character. And they say, well, okay, he's this kind of guy, he has this background, and he has this kind of attitude. And so why don't you give me a couple samples? And then you give a couple samples, and they go, okay, can you make him a bit rougher or a bit nicer or something?
Yeah.
And then you just kind of play with it, and then the director, if they're a good director, they quickly know what they want. You know, some directors are like, I don't know what I want, and then you're just like, well, you know, I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
But good directors will quickly say, no, this, that, they will direct you.
Yeah.
You know, which is their job. And then once you kind of focus in on it, and then go on to that, and let's do it. And if you're lucky, there's actual video to kind of match with as well.
Right.
But a lot of times that's not developed yet. And so, you know, everybody is in a different department on a video game. Everyone's doing different jobs, different stages. And it's like most of the time I never even see the other voice actors because we all record differently, separate times. And then there's just a lot of, with those kinds of games, with Tekken, there wasn't a lot of dialogue. It was mostly kind of exertion sounds. So like a lot of like, and the scripts are really funny because they'll say, like, quick kick to the head, hard kick to the head. I'm like, never been kicked in the head before. But what would be the difference of a quick kick to the head or a hard kick to the head? Hard would be a bit more like, quick would be like, ah, and a hard would be like, ah, you know, something like that. So you have to kind of, and it's all standing, which really helps. Yeah. Because you have to kind of, you know, move with it and roll it. I tend to kind of move more than other voice actors because I kind of get into it. Yeah. And sometimes they're like, don't move so much. You know, I can hear your shirt rustling or something. So I have to kind of make sure I don't move too much. And I sometimes go, ugh! You know, you don't want the air being knocked out of you. So you're going to hit yourself. And you find ways to kind of trick your body into thinking it's getting the shit beat out of it. Or you're beating the shit out of somebody else. And you kind of get a little crazy. And it comes through. You know, it can kind of come through sometimes.
A little easier to imagine for some people than others.
Maybe. You're focused on that image of that one guy you really hate. And then, and you just kind of do a bunch of takes like that. And it can be exhausting. You know, because there's pages of it sometimes. And you're just like, okay, I need a break. Because you're like fighting. You know, so
I've watched a little behind the scenes stuff of voice actors, and apparently it's a common practice for people to pass out in the booth. If you're I practiced that a little bit when I was in university studying broadcasting and voiceover work and stuff. And those booths are hot as shit.
Yeah, and if it's in the summer in Tokyo, and the thing is the sound. It depends on the studio and the booth, but especially if it's smaller, it gets hotter. Mm-hmm. And you know it's locked down like a submarine door.
Yes.
You know, and they have to turn off the air conditioner because it makes noise.
That's right.
And so you're in there just sweating, and you'll do like 2 pages, and then they open the door, and you're like, wait a second, just let me breathe, and then lock it. All right, let's go. You know, it's like scuba diving sometimes.
So you very rarely have ever seen an obese voice actor.
Yeah.
You guys just sweat it out like a sweat lodge.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some stuff I should have kept on top of. Okay, Martin Liss. Someone who loves you very much, I imagine. He donated $20 Canadian.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
He says, just want to give my appreciation for helping me in my project once again. Truly appreciate your generosity, so allow me to give back and drink or a few. Excited to unveil it in 2 weeks, Captain Falcon.
Yeah, that was fun.
What is that about?
Well, he did kind of a fan tribute to Captain Falcon. And it's really interesting. You should check it out. And he had me do a couple of extra lines of Captain Falcon and a couple of other characters. Mm-hmm. And he just sent me the video and the lines. And I did a little recording in my home studio. Just for a project he's working on, just for fun.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was fantastic.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Martin, for the donation of $20 Canadian. We appreciate it greatly. And let's see who else, what do we all got going on in the chat here? It's kind of busy right now. We got, see, this cool stuff. Thank you, it was fun to make. Gonna watch the game after this. Okay, and Jimmy Hoffa, my friend from...
Jimmy Hoffa?
Almost.
See, I knew he wasn't dead.
He knew it. Jimmy Hoffa, my good buddy from up in Sendai, fellow YouTuber, great guy, good friend of mine. Always love to have a few drinks with him whenever he comes to Tokyo. You'd like him. He drinks a lot. Yeah.
God, I don't drink so much. It's a rumor. It doesn't really happen.
Well, whenever Jimmy and I are together, he's just like, look out. Paint the town red.
Well, that's kind of what you do in Japan, in Tokyo. There's not a whole lot of, like, people don't go out and play basketball or anything, you know. So you kind of drink.
Especially not me. I'm not exactly an athlete myself. So drinking is what we do.
Well, I grew up kind of on the beach and in the mountains, and this is the first time I've ever lived in a city when I moved to Tokyo.
Yeah.
So I grew up like surfing and and swimming and mountain climbing and hiking and doing all kinds of outdoor stuff. But when you're in Tokyo, you're pretty far away from that stuff, and you can find it, but it'll take you a couple hours on a train, which is, you know, just if you're working all the time and you got some free time, it's hard to just get on a train for a couple hours. It's easier just to crack a beer or something.
It most definitely is. But Jimmy, he says, good Mandai hunting stuff. He's talking to Scruffy. Okay. There are 3. We have DC VMU, hey gamers. Alucard 2089, what's up guys? We have Hello Darren, Show. We've got a whole lot of people in the chat. Okay, cool beans. I think now is about time to let people know we've got about 40 some odd people watching right now. So actually, you can't see it just below frame. We have got a shit ton of delectable Japanese foods selected by Mr. Eric Kelso. So Eric, what do we have today, sir?
A classic everybody likes is yakitori.
Absolutely.
Got some yakitori. We got some chicken on a stick.
You could not dislike yakitori.
Nobody can dislike yakitori. We have probably everybody's favorite little appetizer as you're starting to eat, drinking. That's famous, I think, in the States too. People like this around the world. Has become a little bit popular. Edamame, which is a nice little bean. You take it like this, you pop it, and then you take this part, you throw it in the bowl.
The cornerstone of any Japanese bar. It's the equivalent.
Izakaya. Yeah.
If you ever go to like a steakhouse in the States, those ones where you can just throw like peanut shells on the floor and shit like that, it's kind of like our peanut shell.
It is.
Yeah, pretty good.
Another great staple. People often just put in kids' lunches and stuff. You can eat it anywhere. Is onigiri, which is like a rice ball wrapped in seaweed. But here in Asagaya, where I live, they have a really nice little shop right next to the station, in the station actually, and they make them with nice shrimp, fried shrimp coming out of the top of that.
That is a beast of an onigiri, I have to admit. Not
Very
seen
nice.
it yet.
And of course, the staple of everyone's favorite is sushi.
Delicious.
We have some otoro, which is the primo, very fatty belly of the tuna. It just melts, it's like butter. And then we have some negi toromaki, which is the same kind of toro, not the otoro, but it's toro, it's tuna, mixed with, chopped up with onions, negi, and then wrapped in the rice and seaweed on the outside. Seaweed goes on the outside, people. Rice not on the outside, seaweed on the outside. And then some ebi, some shrimp, very nice. We have some unagi, very good quality. I got some special unagi for us. It's Japanese grilled eel. And we're going to be having some eel later. That's great. And I think the most unique dish we have today is basashi. Basashi is raw horse. Yes, people, I'm sorry for you horse lovers out there. We love them too, but mostly in our belly. And I made a nice little kind of ponzu sauce with that, with some onion and shiso, and some ponzu kind of soy sauce and vinegar, and a little sake. So, we're down, and what I'm drinking is tantakatan. I just love saying the name, tantakatan. It's a shochu, and I'm drinking that with some ice and some soda water and a little bit of lime, tantakatan.
And I actually brought an assortment of alcohols today. I'm drinking Asahi Super Dry right now, but I'm to the bottom of this.
Want one? What are you drinking next?
I think, I got like an apple cider kind of thing I wanted to try out. If you could pick that out of there.
That one?
Yeah, that's the one. Give me that nice apple guy. So it is red wine and something like shochu ringo? Something like that?
Put it up there.
Oh, there we go. It's a red wine and apple drink mix thing that I'm going to be... So I'm going to down this. As Eric tops himself off. That sounded almost like inappropriate. Eric tops himself off.
That's on the next one.
Yeah, that's going to be on Eric's Pornhub channel.
That's right.
He's going to top himself off for you. Scruffy looking RGB says, I love those onigiri. So apparently he's had him some
Right on.
some of the fried shrimp onigiri. Jose Miguel Enriquez says, hey, just wanted to say hi. Hello, Jose. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. Martin Lewis says he loves him some sushi. So, well, as we all do, who doesn't love them some sushi? Saramaru says, that's going to be on topping ourselves up. That's going to be on my OnlyFans account. That's where people go for the extra spicy content. Yeah, you got to pay a little extra for that. Jimmy Hoppa says, putting mukbang and ASMR in the title and triple your viewers in an instant. Feet pics to quadruple. I don't think anybody wants to see my feet. They are socked right now. There's Eric's feet for everybody. Okay. But I do need a little bit of something to eat. So now everybody gets to watch us eat. No one's ever watched me eat on stream, which is nothing.
Excuse me. Raw horse.
Some delicious horse for you all. I got some yakitori here. More like ground up, kind of like chicken meatballs on this one. Fantastic.
And this sauce I made is great if I do say so.
Chef Eric made some dope ass sauce today.
I like cooking.
Fantastic. Okay.
Sorry to eat in front of you guys, but
it's lunchtime.
it's lunch here.
We opted to do this at noon, so you kind of have to have a little something to eat. At least that's the only part of the horse going inside you guys. Exactly. I know.
But if you do the pay channel.
yeah, the pay channel. Who knows, right? Guy likes money. You never know what he'll do. All right. So we got some good stuff here. Lots of people in the chat. So, all right. So you get started. You're at Namco. You're doing stuff mostly just like that kind of stuff, right? Like more like things like that. Okay, so after that, you get work voicing like characters, right? I mean, eventually, like Paul, for example, would evolve into like more of a character, right? Like there are scenes with Paul where he's talking to other characters, he's interacting, he's doing things. So,
I like the best one. I like is on my game demo reel.
Yeah, where he's
talking to the bear.
Yes,
That was great.
and he's the strongest in the universe.
I'm the strongest in the universe.
That was a good one. Yeah, absolutely. So, how do you go like? So, what was the first character you did that was like more dialogue heavy and not just like impact sounds?
As a game?
Yeah.
Fukusan. Shenmue.
So that was your first time doing some real
Masaki Fukuhara.
Yeah.
Yes, Fukusan.
Yeah. So some real.
Fukuchan.
Yeah. to his really close friends.
Yeah, and he really was a chan.
Yeah, he was.
In English, I mean, in Japan, there are like tag names that you put on people's names to show respect or friendship. Of course, everybody knows like san, like I'd say Jim-san, is an honorific form to show respect, which is very nice. Excuse me. But for kids, little kids, we don't really use san so much. For a boy, it's often kun. So if Jim was a little boy, I'd say, hey, Jim-kun.
I'm not far from it.
Yeah. And for a girl, if it's her name is Junko, you'd call Junko-chan or Jun-chan, something like that. Chan is kind of a kawaii, kind of a cute thing for girls. But sometimes if a boy or even a man has kind of a very tender, kind of cute personality, people will even say Chan. Like one of my very best friends in the world is Shinichi Higashi Nakagawa. 21 letters. Longest name I've ever had to write on an envelope. Shinichi Higashi Nakagawa. That's long, huh?
That's
3 kanji in his last name. He owns a dive shop in Thailand. Been there for years. Great guy. When I first came to Japan, we lived at the same foreigner's house because his apartment had burned down as a student. His neighbor was smoking in bed or something.
Holy shit.
Great guy. Really great guy. But he was just such a sweetheart. Just such a nice guy. And people called him Shin-chan. His name was Shinichi. But they didn't call him Shin-kun because he was a Shin-chan.
Yeah.
He was just a nice guy, And so even Fukuhara is the character's name in Shenmue 1, Shenmue. But people kind of tend to call him Fuku-chan because he's such a sweetheart.
Yeah, he has a very childish, kind of childlike nature.
Yeah, and very pure and just kind.
Yeah. Almost brings one of the scenes in that game that kind of like when I was like playing, I was like, oh man, like it was kind of like I don't want to say like overly emotional or something, but it was like it made you like feel something. Was when he breaks open his piggy bank. Rio, whatever money he has.
Because Rio needed some money. And he's like, it's okay. Look, here, I have this.
Yeah.
He's like, it's okay. Go ahead.
Smash it open.
Yeah. And he does. And then he's amazing at counting money so fast.
Yeah.
He's like 25, 30, 47, 8,754 yen.
Yeah.
He's like, wow. He's like Rain Man. Yeah.
He's pretty quick. So that was your first time really hitting it with the dialogue.
Yeah, and I liked Fukusan a lot. Because I think 3 characters I did in that, I feel like all are kind of different parts of me in a way. Yeah. And that was really, I felt like by doing that voice, I felt like I was a better human being somehow. Yeah. It was like a good karmic.
You put yourself in that headspace of
being
a pure person.
I felt like, that's nice. I'm a nice guy.
I'm going to cut you off for 1 second because B Swordsman just gave us a $25 donation.
Thank you.
He says, get some hoppy in there. I love watching your videos, and I discovered Hey through your channel. Spent most of my time here when I was in Aki. Hello, Eric. Hope to hear some Paul Phoenix quotes later.
If there's anything you would like me to say from any of my characters, please shoot us the line, and then I'll read it.
Okay, special event here today, everybody. Shoot us a line, the character, the line. Do we want to keep it PG or we want to go full NC-17? Does it matter?
Well, it's up to you.
Oh, it's up to me. It's my,
Your channel.
Okay, within reason, maybe R-rated.
R-rated.
Some R-rated stuff would be okay.
Not anything about somebody's mother.
Or horses and things going and other things and stuff. Nothing in your,
Eel.
Some delicious unagi.
Usually this is put over rice, but I just decided to give a more a visual image of it.
I'm going to hit some of that horse.
That's good eel.
Because I've had horse, I've had raw horse before, but it's been years. And when I first had it, I was just at an izakaya with some Japanese friends of mine, and they just ordered a bunch of random shit and just didn't tell me what it was until it came to the table, and they're like, "This is raw horse," and me being me, I was like, "I don't even, to hell with a damn horse." Even though
actually this is pretty nice, and the sauce is good too.
My aunt and uncle, their neighbors, had horses when I was a kid, and actually
my family had horses. My sisters each had a horse as a pet.
Really?
Yeah. I had a dog that had a horse.
I'd rather have a dog, personally.
Deanna had Sundance, and Lisa had Patches. And my dog's name was Candy.
Those are fucking awesome. A dog named Candy. Nice.
Well, her uncle was our next door neighbor dog. His name was Randy.
Randy and Candy.
So I wanted to have a kind of a rhyming name.
I had a...
It's good, right?
Yeah, it's fucking fantastic. By
really
the way,
tender.
The horse and the sauce that Eric made is fucking awesome. When I was a kid or a teen, one of my good friends, Ryan, his family, they had a lot of like horses and dogs and all that. They were all into like the cowboy shit. And I remember he had a couple of dogs.
One thing. This is Yakitori, and this one is called... No, it's done. Yeah. This is... Here, this one. This is called Bonjiri. I call it chicken butt. But actually, it's the tail of the chicken.
Chicken tail.
Most people don't know this. Most people never tried it. Bonjiri. Really nice.
Lay it on there. None of this animal goes to waste.
That's right.
Ryan, he had two labs. He had a black lab and a white lab. And they were named Riggs and Murtaugh, which I thought was quite cool.
From Lethal Weapon.
Yeah. And then I think most of my life I had chocolate labs as a kid. So they were always named like Rusty and Red and all kinds of stuff.
We always had golden retrievers and golden labs.
Oh, man. Golden retriever. Like the perfect dog.
That's the perfect dog. It's the perfect, like, living being.
It's like the Buddha.
It's like the Buddha of creatures.
The golden retriever.
And it's even the golden, like the golden Buddha. It's like the golden retriever. And he doesn't take anything. He'll retrieve for you.
Yeah.
When you throw something away, there's something you don't need. He's like, no, it's okay. I'll bring it back and give it to you.
Here it comes. It's the golden retriever. That could be one of your Eric-isms.
Oh.
The golden Buddha animal golden retriever.
Oh, they're good.
Oh, awesome. Okay. What's going on in the chat? Terry Wolf Lassard says, cool! Thank you. Proto Luigi. How popular is Nigahiga in Japan? Nigahiga.
I don't know what that is. You would know. You know that stuff better than I do.
No, that's over my head.
What is it?
You're gonna have to clarify. Proto Luigi. Love his fast money counting. That's right. Jackie Bryant saying, "It's like you're moving in slow motion." That's a request. Jackie Bryant.
Okay, yeah, Jackie. I love Jackie. It's like you're moving in slow motion.
Fantastic. So there you go, DCVMU. Hope you like that. Skill Jim says, it's got to be Rin. May the gods be with you.
May the gods be with you.
Fantastic. Let's see. Nothing like a good workout. That's Paul Phoenix.
Nothing like a good workout.
Fantastic. You guys aren't drunk enough yet, says Tikio Sam. So Sam is here. Sam's in the chat. Eric,
working on it. And I have some nice Japanese, some whiskey. Mm-hmm. And Tomoyo, my fiance, my beautiful, lovely fiance, I love very much. I think she's kind of watching right now, actually, so I get points for saying that.
Say hi, honey.
Hi, honey. She said she's sending us a nice bottle of Japanese whiskey that will be arriving possibly during our show today.
Holy shit.
So, and I got another one. Can you hand me that one on the left there? No, left.
No.
Yeah. This is a nice one I picked up as well. We can have a glass of this if you like. This is called Ichiro. This is nice. This was introduced to me by one of my agents, Chizu at the Attic Agency. And we do some of that today. And I'm working with her a lot on a Japanese kid show.
Yeah.
The Ego de Asobo.
Yeah, you told me about that. That was one of the things I was going to bring up, because I didn't know that about you, and maybe some of the people watching right now didn't know that. In addition to video game voiceovers, you do voiceovers for television, for like Netflix series now, things like that.
No Netflix, do I?
Right, your Ultraman stuff.
Oh yeah, that's not. I don't think that's Netflix.
Isn't that? That's just a straight up television series?
I forget exactly who released that, but it's starting I think on November 22nd. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. We have season 2. Season 1 you can already check out, and it's called New Generation Fighters or something like that.
Okay.
But it's a new Ultraman series. And it's released on YouTube.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so the first series that we did last year, I was Ultra Dark Killer. And that was fun. Mm-hmm. And then this year, I'm
Zero.
Ultraman Zero. And he's kind of a young guy. You know, they're like 600 years old, but he's like a high school kid.
Yeah.
So it's always funny the age of these guys.
He's
so
at the
he's
lower
kind
end of 600.
Yeah, he's kind of early 600s.
Yeah.
And that was fun. And so that's coming out, I think, on the 22nd of this month, but you can check it out. It's like, I think it's Next Generation, New Generation Fighters, something Ultraman. You can check it out and Google it.
So you can catch Eric Kelso as Ultraman Zero coming up in November. But I was going to bring up, I didn't know until you had told me, but you framed it like you're kind of the Big Bird of Japan, because you voice a whale with its back on like a kid's sort of like public television, sort of like educational program. So you're the central figure for this children's educational show. Tell me about that.
It's a really good show. It's been on for many, many years. I've been doing it. I was doing characters on it for quite a few years. And then for the past, I think 3 or 4 years now, we've had a new version of it. It's called Ego de Asobo with Orton. And Ego de Asobo means playing with English. And with Orton, I'm Orton. And it's Orton the whale. And so I'm a whale. And in the old, kind of interesting. I don't know if they're connected to this, but I have a feeling they are. The old Ainu, the Japanese Indian, up in Hokkaido.
Yes.
The native people of Japan, the oldest people of Japanese heritage who kind of came to Japan first, have the legend that the world is a giant whale and we all live on its back, kind of thing, which I think is really beautiful.
That makes sense.
I love whales. But this is Orton, his name, and he's a whale. And the town of Orton Town is built on the back of Orton. So Orton swims around, and there's a town on his back. I'm always wondering why the buildings aren't like shaking when people are inside and stuff, but it doesn't shake at all. He's very...
Maybe he's planetary size.
Could be. He's a very smooth swimmer. I think a very steady guy. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, hi, I'm Orton. Today we're going to learn about this, you know?
Right.
And so it's kind of like Big Bird. You know? So Big Bird is kind of like of Sesame Street. Mm-hmm. And then I'm Orton. So I'm kind of like the mascot of the show.
Nice.
And the kids go, hey, Orton! I'm like, hi! You know? And so I'm not in the show a lot because there's a professor who kind of teaches them about pronunciation and different things in English. And there's a lot of really fun little, vignettes like in Sesame Street.
Sure.
Where they have, A, or today it's brought to you by the letter 12.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of really fun things and a lot of little kids who are speaking English very well.
Yeah.
Real cute little kids. And we do like a cooking section where different people from different countries, like you have a woman from Turkey or Spain or something, will cook something of their local traditional food. And then their parents will join, little kid and the parents, a grandmother. And I will say like, today's special guests are Hikari and her family, yay! Or something. And they're like, konnichiwa. And then they all like cook together and they learn. So it's really a cross-cultural thing, which is great. It takes the fear out of learning English, which I think is the biggest obstacle for Japanese people, because Japanese tend to be rather shy.
Yeah.
And so I think one thing that really gets in their way is just the fear of like speaking and making a mistake. Making a mistake is also kind of a scary thing in Japan. So a lot of people don't want to make a mistake and they don't want to speak. And so that really hinders a lot of their English progression in their learning. Right. And so I think if at a young age, if you can teach kids not to be afraid of foreigners or foreign culture or English, and go ahead and try and make a mistake, it's okay, I think really helps a lot.
Really enriching the youth of Japan, Eric.
Damn right.
Good Lord. Okay, well, a little interval here from Linkmaster X9, donates $5. He says, super cool to see this stream and the voice behind some awesome characters. By any chance, Eric can say, I'll need a drink after this as Captain Falcon.
Captain Falcon. Yeah, okay. I'll need a drink after this.
You're gonna need a drink during this. Yes. Thank you very much, Linkmaster X9. You're a good man. Okay. Who else we got in the chat? Tiko Sam. Jim, can you do me the pleasure of kindly asking Eric to stop being so awesome and handsome? Also, P.S. Happy to be finally catching this live stream with you guys. Keep up the drinking. Well, we can definitely do that.
We can do that.
We can definitely accomplish that. We got Alucard, we got Randrick here. Well, that's cool. Reminds me of the Zelda game. Clearly, a well has inertia dampeners.
Yeah.
So that's how we keep the town
I'm
from
thinking
moving.
that might be it.
Yeah, some inertia dampeners in there. Here comes Charlie Cat. He says, hey, Jim, what's up? Charlie Cat, always good to see you there, Anthony. Nice to hear from you. We got more people. We got Phantom Riverstone. Would Eric be able to voice Fuku-chan being disappointed at Ryo's room being messy? From Phantom Riverstone.
Brett.
It's a messy room. It's a messy room, Fuku-chan.
Okay. Hey, Ryo, I was wondering if... Oh, Ryo, why are you so messy? You have to clean up. Ine-chan will be so disappointed.
Very nice.
Ine-san, I'm sorry. Her name is Ine-san, right?
Ine-san, yeah, because she's the older.
Not Ine-chan, she's old.
No, she
Ine-san.
would appreciate being called Chan.
Maybe she would, actually.
Nice and pretty. All right, there you go, Phantom Riverstone. Hope you enjoy that. Fear of mistakes is one of the biggest handicaps in language learning, says Randrick.
Yeah.
I can attest to that too, because learning Japanese.
You teach English, you know that.
Yeah, I see that from my students, but also as I was been studying Japanese in university and everything like that. Especially when you're out and about, just interacting with John and Jane Q public, you know, that kind of like I don't know, the little bit of like fear in your mind or something like, oh, I'm gonna look like an idiot. I'm gonna look like I'm stupid because I can't speak properly. That kind of thing. I feel that enough when I'm speaking English. I fucking hate Japanese, right?
What? I didn't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit of my accent, my southern drawl. We got let's see who we got. We got Jimmy Hoppa. It's been real good listening to chats. Interesting stuff, and hope to see more like it on the channel. Well, thank you very much, Jimmy. It's always good to see you, and whenever you're back in Tokyo, maybe the three of us, and we can have a little bit of a drink off.
Good.
Go ahead and izakaya. Let's see, what else do we got here? We have got Ian Hobbies. Hello from Spain. Hello, Ian. Jesse McFluff is here. Hello, Jesse. Good to see you. Good friend as well. Proto Luigi, would Resident Evil characters work in a Darkstalkers game? I don't think so, because the Darkstalkers would trash them. They're super powerful monsters versus normal humans. We have got a $5 donation from Anil Rivera. It says, Eric, what's up, dude? And hello, Jim. Yes, nice Shenmue voice acting.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes, thank you very much to Anil.
Anil, thank you.
Very good. Regular follower of the channel, myself and
great.
Sam.
Great.
So I hear a lot from you, Neil. So it's always good to hear from him. Martin Liss may have skipped my friend Ren from Shenmue asking, excuse me, do you know where I can find any sailors? So Ren wants to find some sailors now.
So Ren's echoing Ryo a little bit here, huh?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Ren would be different. Yeah. Ren would come in kind of Ren kind of saunters like John Wayne
Big
sometimes.
King Swagger Cock.
Yeah,
Here
like,
comes Ren.
Excuse me. You know where I can find any sailors?
Let's see. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. For you, we do.
Yes, sir. And also from Martin Liss, for my friends at a Discord server as Captain Falcon, to my fans at F-Zero Nexus, Falcon Punch.
I don't even think that was me, actually. But
That wasn't you, but that's Captain Falcon, and that's who you are.
I don't know how he said it, but Falcon Punch! Yes. Like that?
Yeah.
All right.
So it's my good friends at F-Zero Nexus.
I like Falcon. He was like Captain America kind of
superhero.
Right? He was a classic superhero.
Fine, upstanding.
Yes. Are we still doing this?
Oh yeah, okay. What the fuck are we doing?
I don't know. I'm following you. It's your show, man. I'm just a guest.
Okay. Would Eric be interested in doing voice acting for SNK in the future? Which you have some friends that have done some SNK, Neo Geo, King of Fighters characters.
What's SNK again?
SNK, they do King of Fighters, Neo Geo, so it's...
I've done King of Fighters. I did 3 different characters on King of Fighters.
Who have you done in King of Fighters?
I forget the name. Benijiro or something like that?
Benimaru?
Benimaru.
Okay.
The blonde guy.
Yeah.
And then I do some other like monkey guy or something. Or, what is it? And then I do the big guy with the marine cap. What's his name?
Hydern? Where he's got the beret and...
No.
Yeah,
I can check later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, apparently Eric already does some SNK characters, Charlie. So there you go. One of them being Benimaru.
Benimaru, I do 3. I think I do 3 characters on King of Fighters.
So there you go. We got Overthrow. We got let's see, JT Randrick. Fofi says Benimaru.
Check IMDb. I think.
Check IMDb if you want all of Eric's roles. Clark. That's what he's saying.
Clark, yeah. Oh, is it Clark?
With the shades.
He's kind of the big kind of military-looking dude.
Yeah. He's got shades and a cap on and everything.
Clark.
Okay, so Benimaru, Clark. You said a little monkey guy?
And then there's one other kind of weird kind of
Does he have little claws?
Animal character or something, I forget. Somebody will.
Someone will say it. So he's Clark and Benimaru in the most recent King of Fighters games.
That was a while ago.
Was it?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
I did a long time ago.
We've got...
So somebody else might be doing it now.
Yeah, we've got 13, 14, 12. There's a whole shit ton of King of Fighters. It's been running since
They're just not paying me for doing it again.
Could be. I've actually bringing up a mutual friend. One of the last times I talked to Corey, actually, we asked him because when they did they were doing these Sega racing games where they had all these Sega All-Star characters, and one of them was Ryo. And so when we were chatting with Corey, we asked him, hey, did they bring you back in to record some
He had
stuff?
no idea it was even happening.
Yeah, he was like, no, it was in my contract that whatever I record, they can just use whenever. So they were just reusing stuff he had recorded 20 years ago.
And that's totally cool.
Yeah?
That's just a one-time. Everything in Japan is a one-time buyout.
Yeah.
They don't pay per episode. It's like, I've done voices on between 15 and 20 different TV commercials in Japan. And it's a one-time buyout. You don't get paid like per showing of them, but you get paid for like a time constraint of the buyout. So like I'll go to for TV commercials are actually the best money. Financially, they're the best job because you're in the studio for like an hour, you say one line, and then you get paid for like a 2-year contract. But then they can, or a 1-year contract, but then they like re-up it. And so sometimes it'll go 5 or 6, 7 years. That same like voice logo. And then you get paid again each time. But you don't get paid per
usage.
Per broadcast.
Yeah, right.
Kind of thing.
Because like I think it's kind of typical in the States, right? Is you get those, what are they, like royalty?
You get royalties per broadcast sometimes in the States. But in Japan they don't do it like that. They just do a one-time buyout. But it's under a limited time contract. So sometimes you get paid like if they re-up the contract. But with video games, they just own the rights to it. So they can use it. But a lot of times they bring you in, you know, for the next season. Or for the next version, I'm sorry. You know, and they want to record some extra lines. And so that's usually a pretty quick recording.
Right on.
Yeah. Just happy to be involved.
And to be getting paid.
And to be getting paid, if possible.
Okay, who else we got here? We got Whom's TV. Good to see you doing well, Eric. Would it be possible for a 4-year-old capable of everything in Blood Falcon's voice?
What's that?
Yes, he can absolutely lay into that. That line again is 4 years old, capable of everything. Blood Falcon. I'm assuming that's another episode character.
Blood Falcon was his evil brother.
Okay, the evil half of Captain Falcon.
I did too.
Okay.
Captain Falcon was the good guy. Blood Falcon was the bad guy. Not so bad.
Yeah.
But it was kind of his darker.
He's the Racer X of the series.
That's it.
All right.
Oh, you know
I got it up here. It's all
your generation. See, I used to watch that live on TV.
Yeah.
Well, not live. It was just not as old.
Yeah.
But excuse me. Get the hiccups.
Get some of that soda water.
Trying to eat that sushi quickly and it got stuck.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the line again?
The line is 4 years old, capable of everything.
Is that a question mark or not?
No question mark there.
What was he? Blood. The Captain was like more than Blood was a little bit more evil. 4 years old and capable of everything.
Fantastic. Chills, Eric.
Chills
down the spine. Was Blood Falcon in the room just now?
Yeah, he was.
He was indeed. Okay. How would it be to see Takumi from Initial D in Sega All-Stars Racing? No idea. That would be pretty cool, though, because he drives one of those sweet, like, drift racing cars or something. One of Sega's kind of, like, lesser... Well, not lesser. I mean, everyone likes Initial D, but they're, like, drift racing games. There's no, like, funny, cool characters. Like that, really. What else do we got? Any chance of voicing characters in the Shenmue anime, you reckon, Eric? Are they making an anime of Shenmue?
They're making an anime. Adult Swim is doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Adult Swim is amazing. And Adult Swim is doing a new animated Shenmue series. Like, I don't know if it's going to be, it's like Saturday morning, Shenmue or something, kind of thing. They're going to use all the characters that were used in Shenmue 3.
Okay.
Because it's being produced in LA. They're already there.
Sure.
And they want to kind of bring in the new viewers.
Right.
People who like know about Shenmue, the younger ones.
Right.
Who know about Shenmue only from Shenmue 3. And then they'll go back and watch the old ones.
Sure.
I think a lot of people who know me, grew up with me in Shenmue.
Yeah.
And so I'm not in 3, so that's not really the audience they're looking for as much. And it's just easier to do it all in LA, so I'm not doing it. Wish I was.
Pretty sure that's why Corey moved back to LA back in the day.
Well, he was always living in LA.
Oh, he was in the Philippines.
Philippines, right.
The first time I actually had a chat with Corey, he was at his house in the Philippines. So we're having a talk with him, and then maybe like a couple years later, goes back to LA, and bam, working. Big money Corey.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see the animated series.
Yeah,
how they're gonna like draw the characters and how they're gonna move and everything.
Yeah, and if they're gonna start back from like the very beginning of the series.
It's online. You can check it out.
Yeah.
They do say something about.
I'm gonna have to look at that because I didn't even know. I had no idea. Like I know nothing at all about what's going on like American television or anything like that. So I didn't even know there was going to be a Shenmue series. So thank you very much for the update on that.
Yeah,
that's pretty awesome.
It's gonna be interesting.
All right, let's see who else we got here. What does Eric think of Neo Geo Charlie Cat? I don't think you give a shit, Eric.
About what?
Neo Geo SNK video games.
I don't know it really.
Yeah, because Eric, this could be maybe like a good time to discuss this. Maybe like break a few hearts in the audience, though. But you've told me before that you video game voice acting types, you don't really play video games. It's you.
I don't know any voice actor who plays video games.
Right. Not even.
Sorry.
Not even Space Invaders.
I did a couple of times.
Okay.
When I was about 14 or 15 years old, Pong actually was around, kind of thing. And then when I was like 16 or something, like Space Invaders.
Yeah.
And Asteroids.
Yes.
Space Invaders was too stressful for me.
Yeah.
Because it's like they're trying to hurt me.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just like it's faster and faster and faster and faster. I'm like, ah! I don't like stress.
Yeah, yeah.
So Asteroids is cool. So you can kind of like you get curve around. It's like kind of like drag racing or something.
Yeah. And you're not so fixed.
You're not so fixed. So you kind of cruise around. And it's just a little more like surfing or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I like that kind of feeling. And if you bump into something, it's just it's kind of peaceful.
Yeah.
It's not like they're
gonna
kill you. And I played those a couple of times, like at the local Pizza Hut. In my neighborhood. But I grew up in the mountains.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up. There were no arcades or anything like that.
Right.
And so there were a couple games at the Pizza Hut I would play if I was getting pizza with my parents or something.
Yeah.
But and then university. First year at the dormitory kind of housing, there was a Pac-Man, and I played that a couple times. But I just was like ahead of the golden era of video games kind of thing. So I didn't really catch the fever.
Right. You didn't catch the Pac-Man fever.
No.
As it were.
Not even Ms. Pac-Man.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of relate that because I grew up in sort of a small town in Louisiana, so we didn't have like big... like full-on like arcades. So typically if you got to play an arcade game, you were at like a Pizza Hut or the skating rink, maybe, or there would be like if you went to a movie theater and you're waiting for your movie, there's like a little thing off to the side that's got like some arcade games in it that you can play with. Or like when I was a little kid, my aunt and uncle ran a convenience store. And they used to sort of babysit me at the convenience store sometimes. And eventually, that was actually how I first played Street Fighter, which is where my channel gets its namesake from. Was in their store when I was like 6 years old. They got a Street Fighter 2 cabinet in there to make some extra money. Pulled a stool up to it and would give me quarters out of the register so that I could play the games. Just like keep me out of their hair because they were like watching me at the store, right? And they're like, here's some quarters.
Take the kid in front of the TV.
Yeah, here's a bag of chips. Here's some blue cream soda. Go play.
Blue cream soda. That must be a southern thing.
It was fucking awesome. I haven't seen it anywhere since then. I don't even remember what
You like turn your tongue blue kind of thing?
Yeah. I don't remember exactly what the name brand was though. Just as a kid, like I remember one. I think it was my uncle tried to convince me it was Windex because it looked like.
That's a good uncle.
Yeah. He's.
I would do that.
He looks like Santa Claus. I love him. But yeah, they would just give me stuff and then sit me in these arcade cabinets, and I would just sit there and play like Street Fighter or something when I was 6 years old. But yeah, there weren't like real legit arcades where I grew up. So all the video games we played at home. So like birthday and Christmas, you could get a new video game, and that was kind of how it like evolved for me.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the generational gap between us. You voice the games, I play the games.
Yeah.
So Charlie Cat, sorry to disappoint you, but Eric, he didn't.
Sorry, bud.
Give a damn about Neo Geo.
And every voice actor I've ever talked to about this or have been in interviews with, we all kind of like, sorry, you know. I've never had a controller thing at home.
Yeah.
I think I've played
a controller thing. Yes.
I've heard the names of them because I follow the chats, you know, about this and stuff.
Yes.
I don't know. The only time I've ever played one of my characters was Jackie Bryant in Virtua Fighter. Right after I had done the game, I realized I was passing an arcade in Tokyo, and I said, Virtua Fighter. And I'm like, I want to hear my voice.
Yeah.
I had never heard my voice on a game before.
Really?
And so I put 100 yen in. I chose Jackie Bryant. And he comes up, kind of thing. And I had to put my ear right next to the speaker because it's like so loud.
Yeah.
And of course I died in like 10 seconds.
Sure.
But I could actually recognize my voice. And I thought, wow, that's great. I'm like somebody. You know, I can die now, and I've made my mark or something. And that was the first and last time I've ever played any of my games.
You've made your mark like 20 times over by now.
But I just never heard. You never forget your first.
Sure. Your first was
you
Jackie
never forget
Bryant.
your first.
I hope he was tender.
But I like watching other people. I like watching other people play my games. You know, it's like I've seen other people playing games.
Yeah.
It was my character.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh look, I kicked your ass. I feel like it was me. So that was kind of fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that blows the lid off that. Video game voice actors, not exactly gamers.
You know, drink?
Yeah, I'm dry.
I'm me too.
Okay, rock on.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yes, we'll talk amongst ourselves while Eric refills drinks. Okay, let's see. Blood Falcon voice, we covered that. Very good. You know, hopefully, so Skill Gems as DCVMU. Show Martin List. Very curious what the recording process was like with your Sega games as opposed to your usual roles. Is there ever a language barrier with voice direction in general? Okay, so that's a good question. So we're going to stick with that. Thank you, Martin Liss. Some other questions here. News since the announcement. Big Famitsu, thank you, Skill Jim. When did Eric begin voicing? Eric, do you recall what your first time voicing Jackie was? Was that Virtua Fighter 4? Do you recall the year maybe, or like around about that time?
It was around the same time as Shenmue 1.
Around the same time as Shenmue 1, so maybe like Virtua Fighter 3 TV or something like that. Yeah, I will take a chew high. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think it was around 1999.
Okay, so that would have been around Virtua Fighter 3 then. Virtua Fighter 3 TV would have perhaps been the first time you voiced Jack. So that was around the time you were doing Shenmue, but you've also done your fighting game characters. You've done Paul, you've done Siegfried. You're kind of a knack for that.
But I know that I had done before that actually. I think I know that I'm pretty sure that I did Jackie before Shenmue.
Okay.
Because I think that was the first time I had worked with Suzuki-san.
Mm-hmm. So I think that all is around the same time. Shenmue, Virtua Fighter 3, I think that's all about the same time. But we go to the phones, ladies and gentlemen.
First time caller, long time watcher, listener. Let me see. I can go to my IMDb.
We're going to check Eric's IMDb. Maybe they know when the first time he voiced Jackie was. We hope so. But that would have been like, what, 20 some odd years ago?
Let me see.
Crisis 3.
Yeah, that was fun. I was the voice on that, not the motion capture.
Uh-huh.
But for Firefighter, FD18, I was the motion capture, but not the voice.
So you motion captured firefighting?
Yeah, I'd like pick up Rumiko Varnes and carry her around. And
Really?
Stuff. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Soul Edge was 96. Tekken 3, 97.
Yeah.
Tekken Tag Tournament 99. Shenmue was 99. Gun Griffin Blaze 2000. Tekken 4 2001. Shenmue. Where is Virtua Fighter 4? Yeah. Okay, that came later actually.
Yeah,
that was 2002. So I actually did Shenmue before I did Virtua Fighter with Suzuki-san.
Okay, so Virtua Fighter 4 in 2002 was Eric's first time voicing Jackie. We got a pretty good question here from Martin Liss. He says, I'm very curious what the recording process was like with your Sega games, like Shenmue and F-Zero GX, as opposed to your usual roles, and was there ever a language barrier with voice direction in general?
We always work it out somehow.
Yeah.
Everything is a different kind of combination. When you're first in Japan, you don't speak Japanese that well.
Sure.
So there can be problems, but usually your agent is there, and the agent is bilingual, and they can translate.
Right.
Or if you're in Japan long enough, the agent thinks, I don't have to go with him, he's fine on his own. Like, I haven't had an agent on a job with me in years and years and years, because now my Japanese is okay. And I know the business, I know what to do.
Sure.
So they trust me that I'm okay, so they just send me off, and I get there by myself, and I say hi, and I do the job, and I go. And also directors tend to speak a little bit of English. Clients don't always, but sometimes they will supply somebody from the company who does. So it's never a problem. It's sometimes a little bit difficult with communication to find exactly the nuance of the meaning, because sometimes you understand basically, but there's like a nuance can be a little bit different. So sometimes that can be a little bit of a problem, but not quite as bad as like what was the Bill Murray movie, Lost in Translation?
Lost in Translation.
That was done. God, I could relate so well to that.
Do it slower and with more intensity.
Yeah, and he's what, like this?
It seemed like there was a lot, like you said, a lot.
Yeah. And but I have been given some weird directions sometimes. They say like, we want you to be really aggressive and really angry, but actually you're a nice guy. Well, I don't know exactly how to do that with just my voice, or they'll say in the character profile, he likes chocolate or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't need that information.
That means what to me?
How does that come through in my voice? Yeah, but he likes chocolate.
Sound like you like chocolate, Eric.
Yeah, and so sometimes it's a cultural thing, where that might mean something in Japanese culture, but not in American culture, or something. A good director will take all of that into account and give you a good, clear, direct way to go. They will direct you.
Right.
And I've worked with some great directors. 95% of them are great. You get 5% that they don't really know what they want, so they can't direct you to get what they want. And that's can be a time-taking process. But what they usually do is they say, okay, give me a couple more takes, give me this way, give me that way, and then they kind of get a feeling of what they want. And that's also just another style of directing. So.
Right. Well, there you go, Martin. Hope that answers your question.
Sorry, that's all I got.
That's what we got. No, it's pretty good though. Yeah, that makes sense. Like a good director will get through those communication barriers and get what they want out of their actor, I think. And who's going to direct like English voice actors without having some basic command of English?
Oh, lots.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, I've had producers, especially like TV producers and stuff, who have never been a producer before, but they're retiring soon, so they're given a chance to
Right.
produce a TV show.
Nice.
And they kind of don't really know what they're doing. So
That's great.
sometimes it's hard.
Maybe we just grandfather you into
Yeah.
producing TV shows.
Yeah.
That's nice. You don't have any qualifications, but hey, you've been with us for a long time.
And you can say you were a producer.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the chat. What else we got? Let's see. We got any? Has there been any news since the announcements? I'm guessing that's about the Shenmue anime. Second prize. This is so fun. Hope you all do this again. Who else we got? I can't wait for the Adult Swim release of Junji Ito. Good evening, everyone. New to this channel. Someone special named Sarumar sent me. Thank you, Saru, for sending over some viewers to us. So ashamed of my lack of anime knowledge, says Spunky Cold Medina. Medina, you don't have to be ashamed of your lack of anime knowledge. I myself haven't really watched anime for the past, I want to say like 10, 15 years. It's been a long time for me as well. Zach Rodriguez, wait, is this the voice of Jackie Bryant? Does he have a favorite line of Jackie's? Zach, yes, Eric does indeed do the voice of Jackie Bryant. But do you have a favorite line that you've done as Jackie? Maybe the slow motion? You're moving in slow motion.
I did that one before. There's another one that says, "Who do you think you are? You can't beat me. Who do you think you are?" Or the other way around, I'm not sure. And it says, "Now that's what I'm talking about." There's another one.
It's very, I don't know, I'm looking for the word for the kind of personality.
He's just a cocky douche.
You were, yes.
You know,
the word that was in my head was douche, but I wasn't going to go there.
But I like him. He's kind of young, and when you see the evolution of Jackie too.
Yeah.
Because when he first starts out, he's just like he's like a kid. He's like a teenager who's got jeans and a leather jacket and drives race cars, like in the first one.
Yeah.
And then later he gets older and his hair gets bigger, and he gets more leathery pants, and he gets a bit douchier. But at first I liked him the old one better, because he was just like, "Hey, I drive race cars and I'm gonna win, all right?
Yeah.
Get off my back," you know.
Nice.
And but then later he got like all like, "I'm gonna kick your ass."
Yeah.
But I guess that's cool, you know. He grows and he gets stronger.
He matures a little bit.
He matures. He gets tougher. But my image of him is always like the first year, the first game I did.
Just a jerk.
When he's just a cocky kid.
Big king swagger kind of just look at me.
But he wasn't a bad guy, you know.
He wasn't bad.
But he was like a cocky kid. He was young, and that's okay.
Yeah, precisely.
And I think his sister was Liesel.
Yeah.
His sister.
Yeah, Lisa.
And Liesel, and she's a really good friend of mine, and so that was fun. We were brother and sister, so we like that.
I was thinking about the act. Yeah, because I was thinking the Michelle, right, is the name of the character though. I think.
Is it Michelle Bryant?
Yeah, I think the character is Michelle. Someone said that their favorite Jackie line is, I think someone said, "I just handcuffed lightning."
Oh.
So, someone else said, "I'm faster."
I'm fast as lightning.
I'm fast as lightning.
I'm fast as lightning.
It's very good. Nice to meet you. I'm new to the channel. Came here under recommendation tonight from someone named Saramaru. Saw that. And you guys should play Eric's games while getting Eric's reactions. Would be entertaining, I think. Actually, we were intending to do that a little later.
We were thinking about that, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we can do it today.
No, like on a separate stream.
Yeah.
We can do that. We can hook up some game consoles.
Yeah.
I can run through some arcade mode as Paul and Jackie. Maybe some F-Zero, some Shenmue, some things like that.
That'd be fun. I'd love that.
And other stuff on your IMDb in there as well. Like one was like Metal Wolf Chaos.
Yeah.
Which is a game where the president and the vice president fight each other in mech suits or some giant robots.
I haven't seen it.
Some crazy shit like that. Yeah. But apparently you're in that game as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be a lot of fun actually. Sorry for looking RGB. So that's a plan in works.
That is. That'd be fun. That's all you, bud.
I'm gonna have to find someone.
I'll sit and watch and drink and eat and have fun.
To find someone with a little more streaming technical knowledge than I do, because I haven't streamed video games ever. Mostly it's just like sit and talk kind of stuff like this, which is what I'm more better at because I get to drink while I do it. So that's a lot more fun for me. First time someone said Dino Crisis 3 was fun. So apparently not a Dino Crisis 3 fan, but you had fun voicing.
Well, I had fun. Yeah, I don't play them. I just voice them.
You had fun voicing it.
I remember in the Dino Crisis 3. No, I did. I think I did. What was I remember something? Maybe I was doing the motion capture as well, because I remember in one of them with dinosaurs. So that had to be Dino Crisis 3, right?
Yeah.
I had the whole, like, the wetsuit with the balls on it, you know, and the cameras all around the stage in the motion capture. And I had like a machine gun in this hand and a machine gun in this hand. And at the end, I was like, and I had to look up at, because it was like a T-Rex. And I was like, bring it on! Kind of, he just ate me. I think at the end, that's how I went out. But I remember that part.
Nice. That would stand out, wouldn't it? Getting eaten by a T-Rex.
That was fun.
Fantastic. Let's see. Can you tell Mr. Kelso thank you for contributing to Virtua Fighter 3, one of my most favorite fighting games on the Dreamcast for me personally. Actually, Ring Fit Master, we came to find that Eric's first was Virtua Fighter 4, which I think was on like PlayStation 2 and those consoles. But either way, Ring Fit Master, I'm sure Eric is much obliged of you playing his games.
Yes.
He's talking to Ranger. Okay, so kind of get past like your early days as sort of like doing voice work for like educational materials. You move into sort of like simpler game voice acting stuff, doing kind of like reactionary sounds, like impacts and things like that. Then you get into like Shenmue, things like that. You're doing like more characters and stuff. Do you have like a particular like favorite role that you've ever done?
Ren.
Ren?
Yeah.
Why is Ren your favorite?
I like Fukusan because I love the love that he has for life and for Ine-san and Ryo, and he's just such a good guy. I wish I were more like Fukusan. Mm-hmm. I think he's a good role model. He's like a golden retriever.
Sure. the Buddha
and,
of animals.
And Guizan was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've said before in interviews and things that I thought for Shenmue, I liked all the games I did, but Shenmue had the most acting. Mm-hmm. You know, so that was the most interesting for me. And Fukusan was like, all of them were real. They were all different. It's like the Wizard of Oz, mm-hmm. You know? And Fukusan was Ryo's heart. And he taught him how to love and feel family at the dojo and to be connected to other people and stuff. And to be generous and showed him all those things. But then as he was training to go after Lanbi, Guizan became Ryo's mind. And he said, you know, do you want to complain or do you want to learn how to fight? Mm-hmm. You know, and he was like Clint Eastwood. Yeah. It's like Chinese Clint Eastwood. Yeah. And he's like, stop with all the revenge thinking. You gotta focus. Keep cool. You know. So he was like keeping him from his, you know, you killed my father kind of emotion that would diminish his fighting capabilities.
Giving him some direction.
Right.
Almost like a father figure.
Like a father figure in many ways, I thought Guizan was. And so Guizan was like his mind and taught him how to cool your jets, bud, and just, you know, focus on your fighting. And then Ren was just like Ryo's balls.
Yeah. That's the exact word that came to my mind as you were saying.
What are the body parts are they?
I was like, he's got his balls.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, fuck it, let's do this.
Like, yeah. And Ren has like no rules, no limits. Nothing. You just think with your balls, you know, kind of thing. And just to say, screw it, you know? Yeah. Just do it. Break the rules. Don't fucking worry about it. You know, it's okay. And and he taught him how to have fun. You know, you have to have your balls to have fun.
Yeah.
If you're worried about making mistakes and worried about all these other things, you can't really enjoy it. And so he kind of taught him just to like think with your balls and just go for it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're fighting too, yeah, sometimes you got to fight a little dirty. It's okay. You got to win.
Yeah.
And so I think Ren, you know, Guizan, Ryo learned his skills at the dojo.
Yeah.
Guizan helped him refine his skills.
Mm-hmm.
And Ren gave him the guts to fight.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
And so I think all of them like were so important in the makeup of Ryo.
Yeah.
But to me, I had the most fun playing Ren, because out of all those guys, you want to play the guy with the balls, right?
Yeah.
And so, and Ren is kind of a dichotomy because, you know, he's always complaining. He's like, what, who, you? Ah, shit, again? All right. You know, he's like, whatever, just do it. You know, he's always annoyed. He doesn't even like Ryo.
Yeah.
He's always like, get out of here, you stupid. All right, I'll help you. Yeah. He's always complaining. But, you know, he's doing it for free. He doesn't have any treasure yet.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
And he's putting his ass on the line all the time.
Yeah, jumping out of buildings.
Yeah, I mean,
fighting.
handcuffed to the guy, fighting giants and jumping over fires and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you don't do that if you don't like the guy. So you can see that Ren has a heart, and he really does care about Ryo, and he's like a big brother to him, and trying to take care of him.
Yeah.
But of course, he wants his money, his treasure.
Sure.
And he's always complaining about it. But I think, you know, it's kind of like one of those, your older brother who's always like kicking your ass and teasing you and tormenting you, but he would die for you in the same way.
And you need a character like that in that game because, like, the first game is, I mean, it's pretty safe surroundings, right? Like, it's his hometown. There's not like too much danger that he doesn't put himself in, right?
Right.
Whereas when he's in like Hong Kong and Kowloon and stuff, like the shit is real, right? It's like like legit like gangsters and like death-defying things like that. So you need someone there that's going to be kind of like that ballsy character that's going to kind of like guide you through that much more high stakes kind of scenario.
Yeah, and Ryo was just a kid. You know, he's just a kid on a quest.
18 years old in the
He's
context
an
of the
18-year-old kid on a quest to avenge his father.
Yeah.
I mean, this is out of, you know, the Iliad kind of thing. So it's a huge saga.
Yeah.
In many parts, you know, it's an epic, and you really need someone like Ren to kind of guide you, and he's the one who brings the comic relief.
Yeah.
Because if it's also serious and just fighting and stuff, that gets boring. You need those lines that Ren throws out sometimes.
Yeah.
I just got done, actually, I can say this, I think, coming soon. They're doing a mod of the voices for Shenmue 3.
Okay.
And been doing that with Patty Fuller. And it will be out soon. And if you have Shenmue 3 on your computer that you play, you can just download that and it will change all of the voices from the current voice actor who did Ren, who did an amazing job, by the way. Fantastic. Amazing job. But for people who are kind of nostalgic that want the older voice, my voice will be locked into all those parts. So you can play Shenmue 3 with my voice as Red.
Nice.
And doing so I did that. We've all done this just, you know, gratis, just out of our love for Shenmue.
Nice.
And but even then, you know, in some of the lines, he's just so sarcastic. That is, in the Shenmue 3, he's like, "Stop your diddling around," or something, you know. So sometimes he has the great little, you know, in the middle of this huge, epic battle, he'll come up with some little line.
Yeah, because
that I think is really needed.
Yeah, you got to maintain that sense of brevity there, even in those dire times.
Yeah, and I think for the players too, you just kind of need that. You know, the greatest movies, you know, it's like when Han Solo is being lowered into the cobalt kind of thing, and she says, "I love you," and he says, "I know." Yeah, you know, exactly. That's beautiful.
Or just to stick with Harrison Ford, like the comic relief kind of stuff in something like an Indiana Jones movie, where he's getting his ass kicked and he just has those, shit like that. Yeah,
that was ad lib.
Yeah,
that wasn't in the script.
Yeah,
that was great.
That's the kind of stuff you need.
Yeah.
In something like that, you can't, it's
for sure
pure seriousness all the time. That's what I always like a Harrison Ford or a Kurt Russell.
Yeah, Kurt Russell's great.
Someone who can bring levity to a situation.
Yeah, Big Trouble in Little China or something. Yeah,
exactly.
Amazing.
So there you go. I didn't know that either. So there's going to be voice patch.
Somebody was, who was it, James or somebody was asking me one time about how did I get the voice of Ren, and I thought that Ren is kind of a combination of Kurt Russell in Big Trouble in Little China. Because he's kind of like this, always complaining, He's like, when you're driving the Pork Chop Express, you gotta, he's always kind of that kind of a bit of a whiskey kind of voice kind of guy.
Yeah.
But then also I wanted to throw in a little Jack Nicholson at the end. Because Ren, he'll kind of talk like this and then he'll kind of be a little bit like this. So I like him kind of rough at the beginning, but then at the end a little like this.
A little bit of Chinatown.
Yeah, so I thought Kurt Russell plus a little Jack Nicholson. And they're two of my favorite actors, so that was kind of fun.
That makes sense. In retrospect, that makes a lot of sense. But that's cool. So yeah, voice patch for Shenmue 3 coming up with Eric Kelso and some of the other original voice cast.
I don't know who else is doing it, but I know there's things on the telephone on Shenmue 3 where he's talking to Guizan and he's talking to Fukusan.
Yeah.
I did those as well.
Okay.
So all of those three are mine.
So you
for the new mods.
Reprise all of your Shenmue characters for the new mod that's going to be available for Shenmue 3 on PC.
Yeah, on PC.
Okay.
I'm not sure when though, but coming up.
That's pretty damn cool.
Patty Fuller's doing it.
Did not know that. All right. Let's see what else we got going on in the chat. Well, we got a lot. We got a lot going on here.
Great.
Have you seen the PC mods which Eric has done together? Actually, yeah, Phantom Riverstone. That's what we were just talking about. Right. Your most favorite video game genre. So you're talking to Randrick. That's amazing. I'm going to check it out after this. Thank you. So some people just now learn that you're actually doing that. So that's
good. Oh, you're welcome. I loved it. I had fun.
Perfectly summed up the characters. Eric says Skill Gym. So he likes you. So your assessment.
Oh, good.
Of Ren being kind of a brash douche and Jackie as well.
Huh. You need that. They're the fun ones.
Skill Gym says keep an eye out on the Shenmue Dojo for this soon. So they're going to be keeping people updated on that.
There you go.
Can't wait to try out Eric's new Ren mod for Shenmue 3. That's what we're doing. And we got Bob Blanton, I believe, coming to us from Australia. He says, "Good day, guys. What's happening?" Well, a lot's happening, Bob.
Also, one more thing that's happening. Coming out, I think it has a January release. I'm pretty sure. There's a new magazine. Have you heard about this? Shenmue World.
I've not heard about this.
Yeah, it's Shenmue Dojo is coming out with this. And keep an eye out. The word will be out. And it's called Shenmue World. Really good magazine. I'll show you later. I have a pre-release layout of it.
Oh, very nice. I can't wait to see that.
And I'm the first issue is I am the guest.
Oh, nice.
And there's like an 11-page layout of my career and all things Shenmue and different voice games and things like that. Interview with me as well. Kind of like we're doing today, but in magazine form. And it's everything Shenmue. It has interviews, it has history, it has photographs, it has scenes, it has behind the scenes. It's amazing. It's Shenmue World. Literally.
That's fantastic.
And that's coming out in January, as far as I know, if not sooner.
See, I'm learning so much today. I didn't know about these voice patches. I didn't know about this magazine. I didn't know about any of this.
Yeah.
I'm glad we took the time to do this. I'm going to bell user John. Eric, be entertaining.
I can tap that.
Hey!
Okay. See, the thing about Jim is Would you like to see a little... This is the food on our table that we're eating. That's my kitchen. This is a light that's not usually there, but it is today. That's my fireplace. This is my bar I built in an old closet. My humidor. Isn't that nice? If you can see up here, and I built this in my closet. Above my closet. And there's my Ren figure. This is my balcony. This is Tokyo. Hello, Tokyo, and the station below us. So, I built a bar on my balcony. And I have my snakes out here. There's the train. A couple trains. That's my sports club. I built a bar out here on my balcony with the help of some good friends. And my snakes that I keep on there to keep away the pigeons that love to nest. Yes, the boudoir in the living room. What else do we have? This is a typical kind of Japanese kitchen. Looks like this. There's Jimbo.
Whoa.
This is a Japanese pretty typical sink, washer dryer, and a Japanese tub, which is nice. It's deeper than Western tubs and shorter, so you're sitting up more, but what you do is you shower outside the tub, which is very efficient, and then you get in the tub to soak and just relax. Very decent. I love it. I take one every morning and every night. My front door. And in Japan, I'll put this down to make it look nicer. This is my toilet. And it's nice in Japan, the toilet and the bath are kept separate. Because you never use both at the same time, but sometimes two people do want to use either one at a time. And that's it. I got my Enterprise here, of course. My moose. That's Andy, the moose. And that's Jim, moose too.
Yeah, I'm a moose in more ways than one.
That's what they say.
That's what all the ladies say.
That's what all the ladies say.
Sexual innuendo. All right, let me swap out.
I hope you like the tour. Not a big place, but it's a nice place.
It's nicer than my place. I'll definitely grant you that. Okay, boom. Am I charging? Okay. So you got the tour from Eric. Lovely, that's nice. All right. We got more stuff going on in the chat. People saying that you have a lovely home here, Eric.
Oh, thank you.
I enjoyed Assault. Bob Land says I need to move to Japan. Well, you know, hopefully it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. It's doing well. I mean, it's a hard place to start a new life, especially now. You know.
Yeah, right now it's gonna.
30 years ago, it was amazing. It was like the Wild West, which is really fun. But also there was just jobs and money and opportunity and everything. Now I would say it's a bit tight.
So let's talk maybe a little bit. Okay, so kind of went through a little bit of your career spanning what you said 31 some odd years
in voice work. Yeah,
pretty long damn career. You're still working now, so you still do like educational work.
Everything. I just did last week. I did a job for Waseda Juku. I've been with them for like 25 years. It's a prep school, and I have a regular gig once a month. I do a few hours for them of their English material, especially focused with Time Magazine.
Okay.
They have the exclusive for Time Magazine use in Japan.
Yeah.
And we have a big Time Cup speech contest every year that's huge. That I'm the main judge. I'm not the main judge, but the head judge in that. I do a lot of work for NHK TV, like NHK World.
Yeah.
You know NHK World? A lot of good shows.
Yeah.
Because they're like Japanese shows, they're focusing more on like Japanese culture and things like that. Yeah. And then we do the English version, the dubbing.
Yeah.
For international broadcasts.
Actually, unintentionally, it popped up on a broadcast on NHK World once. As they were just going through some bars, and I got a chance to be a zombie on NHK World once. Just as a little mistake. They coincidentally there at the same time, and they saw a nice drunk guy who would probably say yes to just about anything. So, hey, you look like a jackass. Would you like
somebody we can make fun of?
Yeah, a zombie on our broadcast? Why, yes, sir, I would. So that's okay. So NHK
and then a lot of corporate videos. You know, they want to do overseas promotion and things like that for any company. Yeah, those are nice. And
actually, the only actual voice work I've ever done in my entire life was for Toshiba.
I worked for Toshiba,
but it was some sort of like, I guess something for internal use, where it was like something about their nano computing thing. I don't know what the hell it was. Toshiba is leading the way in the field.
Well, you got a good voice. You should do that anyway. But yeah, I do a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes it's in-house, sometimes it's promotion. But it's kind of fun because you see the video come up, and they're talking about new product, new systems, and things like that. And you learn a lot. Like, I learned so much by doing corporate videos because I never knew that they had computers that could do that.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know that's how a post office works, or something. And it's really fun.
Yeah, same. Like, I didn't, like, they just gave me some, I was doing editing work for a studio in Roppongi that was doing work for Toshiba. And this woman would come in all the time needing like quick little patchwork done and like little videos to be edited or whatever. But occasionally she would be like, hey, they want like male native speaker and wouldn't have anyone. So they would just have like a holdover voice. Like somebody was reading it, but it wasn't any good. So we need someone else. So I would give it a read and I'm like, wow. So like you already have like these quantum computing machines that are going to like operating like hundreds of thousands of times faster than like normal computers. Like all this stuff that they have like internally that I learned about just by like, here, read this copy. Yeah. And I'm like, holy shit, you have this?
And I've done like cultural things for like UNESCO, things like that, which are really interesting. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff over there.
Yeah, we got chat going crazy today. Saturn Tubes says he watches NHK World a lot because that's an international channel, right?
It is. It's world.
Yeah. So that's all over the world. So Saturn Tubes, if you're watching NHK World, chances are you've heard Eric on a number of broadcasts, actually. Really solid news shows. Martin Liss, how much has voice acting changed now compared to when you started? It has definitely become a much more competitive and open market, I feel. So what do you say to that? Started in the 90s versus now.
Yeah, I started actually like in the late 80s, early 90s. When I first started, there were like 5 to 10 guys doing everything. And I was like in the top kind of 5 guys who were just doing everything because it was kind of a new field. And there was pre-computers, pre-internet or anything like that. And you're still on reel-to-reel tapes, the editing, and you can't make mistakes. You gotta cut the tape, and there's no like
much more labor-intensive process.
It was, and there's no like anything to cut your breath sound on the recording or anything like that. You had to be really careful with your breathing. And it took a lot longer on recording sometimes. And it was an unknown quantity, basically. People didn't know you could do that.
Right.
But probably about 20 years ago, people kind of like, that's a job? I like to do that, And then they kind of, people like myself and a few others who kind of broke the ground doing a lot of that back then, they kind of had an easier in a way, because things were kind of already set up.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people kind of went through the gates.
Right.
And so now there are like 5 times as many people doing it as before, at least.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more competition. So my business has gone down a bit, just as far as quantity of recordings, because there's just so many people doing it, especially guys.
Yeah.
Especially American guys.
Yeah.
And so, like you were asking me a couple months ago about getting into the industry.
Yes.
And I said, you know, you definitely have the chops to do it, but I wouldn't quit my day job.
And you sure as shit ain't gonna share any info about.
With you, I would. You're my friend. With you, I would. But mostly the old adage is that guys don't share agents with other guys.
Right.
Guys can share agents with women because it's not competition.
Yeah.
And vice versa. And I've had people say, "Oh, can you give me your list of agents? I want to do it." I'm like, "No, I can't."
No.
Because then you would be competition
That's
for me in my business.
Pocket.
That's money out of my pocket.
Yeah.
You know, and that took me, 30 years to get all that.
Sure.
I'm not just going to give it to you.
Exactly.
And give me a percentage, maybe.
Yeah. I'll give you a cut.
But yeah, that's a lot of hard work. But with you, I would, because you're my friend. But yeah, to answer your question, Martin, it's harder now than it was because there are just less opportunities now, and economies are down. People are making less product. And the thing about voice acting is we come on at the end of a job. You shoot the video. You make the video game. You write the textbooks. You write the tests. You draw the animation or something like that. And then we come on at the very end and just kind of like put our little touch at the end to kind of bring it to life. But if companies don't have the money, they'll just use last year's commercial.
Yeah.
Or, those textbooks worked well for 5 years, let's use them for another 5. Or do we really need new testing material? Or people know our company. I don't think we need to make a new commercial right now.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So the industry is in a bit of a slump as well.
I would say, just in my experience, just as like a viewer and like a gamer, a listener, I would say because you can go back and play some of the games, or even watch some of the anime from maybe like the late 80s, right? Especially some of the video games with the voice work. And a lot of it, I would say a lot of it was kind of subpar because they kind of just grabbed whoever was available. It seems like starting at around that time, like 90s, like kind of like mid to late 90s onward, they sort of took that recording process like a little more seriously. Wanted to have like a little more acting chops in there because like a lot of people, especially people watching on the stream, can attest. Like in the late 80s, early 90s was when CD technology starts to get used for video games. So some of the games that are being imported to North America from Japan for consoles like the TurboGrafx or something like that, the voice acting was like god awful. It was like ball piercing, horrible voice acting done by people in Vancouver because you can hear it in every single voice. So I would say, sort of starting like around when you're coming in, the quality takes a massive leap forward.
Yeah.
Okay. I think so. So, at least if you set the stage for that, then thank you so much.
Just one guy, but yeah.
Yeah, but I would say like your generation of voiceover artists from that like kind of like 96, 90 in video games at least, 96, 97 up to the mid 2000s, kind of like to all of our benefit. Raise the bar a little bit.
I think it could have been also not that people didn't have the ability, but that people were given better direction.
Okay.
I would think that as soon as people saw that video games were a moneymaker, they put in better directors,
Yeah.
And they put in better quality staff in every way. And I think they just kind of upped their game. And so maybe that helped to up the game of the voice actors as well.
Nice.
Because people can do the voice acting, but we need to know what do you want, And a lot of times we can't even see what they want. We just have, a lot of times that many people don't realize that when we get a script, most of the time we don't see the game. We don't know what the characters are doing. We're not in the studio with the person we're talking to. You know?
Right.
So often, if I'm saying like, you know, what do you mean? Yeah, I can do that. But maybe that's not it. Maybe it's actually, what do you mean? Yeah, I can do that. You know, so we don't even know like what the other person sounds like a lot of times. And that's where things sound like really off. Like, why is he yelling?
Yeah.
Or something, because we didn't know.
Right. Do you ever do like group recording sessions for anything?
Very unusual. The only time I really did that was with Ren and Ryo and Shenmue 2 with Corey. And Shenmue 1 as well.
How does that change?
Shenmue 1 with Fukusan and Guizan with Corey.
Does that like improve your performance?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So much. Because it's a conversation.
Right.
You know? So if he's like, well, I don't know what I should do, I'm like, but it's okay. But if I don't hear that, I'm like, but it's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it just wouldn't match.
Okay.
So it's really so important that the direction is there and that we understand the tone of the scene. Mm-hmm. And it's so much easier to do it when you have two people actually having a real conversation.
Right.
Because 90% of the time, it's just your lines only. Mm. And you don't really know what's going on.
Right.
And they don't really tell you.
And I suppose that works for when it's things like just reacting to getting hit, just like
exertion sounds,
you know, stuff like that.
That's fine.
When it calls for having a conversation with another character, that's not so. So why don't they do that more often? Then why don't they have multiple voice actors?
I think just logistics of saving money and recording and scheduling and things like that.
Right. So do you feel like there like maybe when there's multiple actors in a booth together, there's more wasted takes than there would be when you're just reading it by yourself?
But nowadays, everything's digital. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't cost anything.
Right.
You know?
Like we're not running out of tape.
Yeah, that's a whole other reel of film. Or something,
yeah.
No, I think they should do it more. But, yeah, I don't know why. It doesn't seem like it would be that difficult. It could be scheduling. If they're on a real budget... Mm-hmm. It's easier to pay some. It's faster. It's half the cost.
Right.
Because I'm getting paid for only doing my lines.
Right.
But if I'm there in the studio, I'm also getting paid for him doing his lines.
Okay, so have you ever had any kind of other like position in this process? Like, have you ever directed other people?
Yeah.
Done anything like that?
Not for video games, but for corporate videos.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I like it. It's good. I have a degree in it. Mm-hmm. You know, I have a bachelor's degree from UC Santa Barbara in film studies. So I like it.
Right.
And I can do it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't do it more.
Could you see yourself directing voice actors for video games?
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done so many of them.
Right.
I don't play them, so that would be a bit of a deficit. If I don't actually play them, I'm not sure what somebody would want, but I know about the recording process.
Yeah.
So I think I could do it.
Yeah.
For sure.
It would seem like you could just read the script and like, what's the scene, who are the characters, like what's the tone, and then like you could like run through that.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been doing it for over 30 some odd years, so I think you would be able to give some direction.
Yeah, and I think I'm a good director. I have confidence in that ability,
right? In
a way, to be able to read what the situation needs, and to be able to convey that to the person in a way to get a good performance and a good product. I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it.
Kick ass. Somebody hire Eric as a director. Come on, give this guy a break. Okay, we got some stuff going on over here.
Yo.
Let's see now. We've got Saturday. We got everybody chatting right now. Okay. It's a fireplace. Eric showed us
my fireplace.
His luxurious, beautiful fireplace.
It's a great use for an old laptop that you don't use anymore. Just find a good, like that one. I'll even send you a link to it if you want. That's my favorite one. It's 8 hours of just a fire burning, and they just loop it. And isn't that nice? It's perfect. Some of them show the whole huge fireplace.
Yeah.
Some of them are too close.
Yeah.
But that one's just right.
Yeah, exactly.
And what I did, can I show it again?
Do it. Go for it.
Here's what I did. I took an old Mac Air, right? And I painted this black around here. And I just found, that's it right there. If you're interested, 8 hours, best fireplace HD. Relaxing fireplace sound. And it has sound. See, it's nice. I turned it down a little bit for our broadcast. Then I just took a piece of cardboard, like that, stuck it over the top, and inside my desk, or put it wherever you want, but it looks kind of like my little fireplace in here. And especially at night when the lights are kind of dim, it's really nice. And I have some great incense that I burn. That's just pine wood. All natural from California, all pine. And you light that, and you put that on, oh mama. It's like a cozy little winter wonderland in your apartment. And in Tokyo, that's what you have to do. You know, you have to make the best of a lack of certain things.
Your limited amount of space that you're...
Like I showed you before, my bar, this was a closet. I just turned that into a bar. I did that in an afternoon. It was fun. I use it all the time.
Far more essential than a closet.
Yeah, because what I did is I just, just kind of got rid of the shit I didn't need.
Yeah.
And found out I had so much more space.
Fantastic. So you could become sort of like your, if this, you decide you want to step away from the voice acting scene, kind of like home decoration and modification could be your new...
Like, what's the Japanese woman who does that? The small girl.
I don't forget her name, but
she's great.
Something about joy, right? She's like,
does it inspire joy?
Does this inspire joy?
Yeah.
Get rid of it. Get it out. Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah.
Which is totally cool. I've always thought that way. Less is more.
Right.
Refine. I think in especially Western cultures, we tend to just accumulate. And we think more is better or bigger is better. Like, you want to supersize that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's just not healthy.
Yeah, it's kind of take a more maybe like Zen approach, right?
Yeah, I mean, the less stuff you have, the less you have to worry about.
See, I'm the wrong person to talk to about that because...
You a pack rat?
Well, I'm not a pack rat per se, but I am one of, many game collectors in the world.
Oh.
So we tend to have shelves and shelves
Right.
full of video, like a library, but instead of books, it's all video games. And that's kind of like my one, I would say, sort of like vice when it comes to that, because I just have a shit ton of video games all the time. And now, since I've started like sending games out to the mail and stuff, I have just like way more all the time. I have a huge box loaded with games that I'm ready to send out. And I just have boxes and packages piled up and stuff. So I'm a real cluttered mess right now.
But that's also your business, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's something I've been attempting to turn into a business, right? But at the same time, like, I'm hanging on to as much money as I can because I want to get a bigger place. That way it's not just... There's enough room for me to, like, sit on the floor, and then there's just, like, packages and games and stuff everywhere. So I'm trying to get out of that. I'm trying to step up to your game, Eric.
Well, I just have less stuff.
Yeah.
So...
You have less stuff, but this is also
I think I have a
spacious.
simpler life.
Yeah, this is very spacious and lovely compared to where I'm at right now. So it's always a pleasure to come visit Eric.
I've been here longer.
Because I can stretch my legs a bit. Yeah, you've been here quite a bit longer than me.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got going on in the chats? Martin Liz says, I feel the mainstream shift, at least in animation, started with 90s cartoons. Andrea Romano in Batman TAS or X-Men, when things became more episodic or subtle with their narrative. Which that might not mean a whole lot to you, but when I was a kid, those were some of the Saturday morning shows I watched a lot that had more, like you said, more of a narrative from one to the next. X-Men,
For sure.
Batman the Animated Series.
Because when I was a kid, it was just like one-off.
Yeah.
You know, it was like Scooby-Doo or something.
Yeah. Where these shows, they played a little bit more with like continuity. They kept stories going.
Well, I think the graphic novel spilled over into animation.
It did, for sure.
And so that is more episodic, and the characters tend to come back and evolve.
Right, because the examples he's citing, X-Men, Batman, very long-running comic book series, very well-developed characters, very well-defined. So when they were looking for people to voice those characters, they probably knew exactly the kind of personality and voice they wanted and everything like that.
And Mel Blanc can't do everything.
No, he can't. He can do all the Looney Tunes.
He can do almost everything.
He's not going to be a good Wolverine, probably. Yeah. Although I wouldn't mind hearing Mel Blanc as a Wolverine. That would be pretty good. I'm the best at what I do. That would be pretty sweet.
That would be good.
I'm gonna cut you in half, bub.
Also, one thing that really changed voice acting on the American side was, you know, suddenly they're using Robin Williams.
True.
Or, you know, somebody like that. It's like, no, that's not fair.
Yeah.
They're not voice actors.
Yeah.
That's an actor.
Yeah.
You can't come in. This is our pool.
Yes.
You can't swim in our pool.
Exactly.
And so now there are very few only voice actors doing a lot of the animation.
Yeah.
Everybody, because part of the sales point is this, and Ray Romano doing this voice or something like that. And they're all great. They're all amazing. But they're taking food off our table.
Right.
You know? And so that's hard.
That's such a conflicting thing because, like you said, like they're taking work away from dedicated voiceover artists, but at the same time, I think of something like you say, like Robin Williams as the genie. Like you start to imagine that character, not with Robin Williams, or like as
they're the best.
James Woods as Hades,
the
Hercules, like
they're the best.
Yeah. So and we've been.
It's like, dude, you already have a job.
Yeah, you're already a fucking super famous millionaire actor. Yeah. Can we please have this, please? I don't know. I can actually. I mean, it's not quite as extreme, I wouldn't say, but some people, and I don't know, people in the chat can agree with me or not. Some of the people on YouTube have been feeling that as well, because it's YouTube, so anyone can create a YouTube channel. So, for instance, like my channel is a gaming channel. There are lots and lots of gaming channels on YouTube, and some of us have been doing it for like 10 years or something, building it up little by little. But then someone like Jack Black, you know, will come on and be like, I have a gaming channel. He puts one video, he's got 1 million subscribers, and then so, you know, it's one of those things where like Jack Black and like Will Smith and like other people just start coming on YouTube and be like, well, acting is kind of drying up right now because, you know, COVID shit, and there's not a whole...
And more power to them, you know. I mean, hey, go out and make money and do new ventures wherever you can. If you're creative and hardworking, you deserve to do it. Yeah. It just kind of sucks for us.
It just kind of sucks when you just stumble in to YouTube, be like...
million in one day.
First, 1 million subs in one day, whereas like some people work, you know, 10, 15 years, they never see 1 million subscribers, myself included. I would love to have 1 million subscribers. Anyway.
Well, you will today.
Yes, through the power of Eric, I want to see 1 million subscribers right now.
If Joe Biden can do it, we can too.
Damn it all, we can do it.
It's a new world. Let's do it.
It's a new day. Yes, it is. Anyway, update. I've switched over. I just had a Chuhai by Kirin, and it says it's new, so it's a new formula, I guess, but that was grapefruit and lemon. And now I've switched over to some Kirin Ichiban lager.
And I love these cans. If you look at this, it has kind of a diamond cut in the can that makes them very kind of easy to crush. Listen to this.
Such a satisfying sound.
Isn't that nice?
They're lovely.
So what is that called? Where like scratching on some people listen to that, or
like ASMR?
Is that it?
Yeah,
like whispering or
well,
something
when
like
you listen to the sound very kind of like close up to the mic.
Like,
yes.
Something like that. It's supposed to. It's like kind of like a meditation.
Yes. So the Kirin Chuhais have kind of an ASMR quality to them.
Yeah, I thought so.
Fantastic. Very good stuff.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you something else now. Because outside of video games, educational things, you're doing TV and things like that. We talked about how you've been doing stuff for NHK for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say for the past couple of seasons for Ultraman, you've been voicing characters for Ultraman, which is I would say that's a pretty big deal because Ultraman, that's a very, very long running series, like going back to like the 1970s.
Yeah, I grew up as a little kid. I remember as a kid after school, I really have clear memories going. My parents, I just lived with my mom. They divorced. I was a little kid. My mom was a full-time worker, worked her ass off really good. She was like, you know, principal of a high school and stuff, and she was like really amazing lady. And she's still alive. She just was at that time.
Yeah. She's still amazing.
She's still amazing. But I had to go to a friend's house after school because she didn't get home until like around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. And so I'd go to my neighbor's house, the Howards, and with John, Joe, and Brent, and Rhonda. Man, how do I remember those names? They were really nice people. And I'd go to their house after school when I was like in 2nd, 3rd grade. Mm-hmm. And after school, we'd turn on Channel 44 in the Bay Area, California. This was in Almaden, California. And it was Kimba the White Lion.
Uh-huh.
Was it Jungle Titan?
Yeah.
Something?
Yeah. It's an old Osamu Tezuka show.
And there was Speed Racer.
Of course.
Mahagogo.
Yeah.
And there was Ultraman. Mm-hmm. And I love the goofy wetsuit, costumes that they would wear and jump around and hit each other, and it didn't look like it would even hurt. Yeah. They'd be like, "Huh!" And the guy goes, "Oh!" I'm like, "Wait a second, that wouldn't hurt like that." And your child's mind is trying to
with all that foam rubber.
Right. And it's like shaking, and I'm like, "Man, this is just so goofy," But I didn't realize until later the beauty of it.
Yeah.
And the Godzilla costume was stomping around. And I went to the studios, where they made those and stuff a long time ago. And it's beautiful just to see the old buildings from the 1950s. And there's such a wonderful kind of analog, nostalgic, wholesome feeling to it that it didn't have to be slick.
Yeah.
Like America's stuff a lot of does in America, that it's okay to be kind of goofy and wholesome and analog. That's part of the charm.
Yeah.
And when they did remakes of Godzilla in America, Japanese really didn't like it.
I didn't like it either.
I didn't like it either. And they're like, why is he fast?
Yeah.
And why does he look so streamlined? And why is he fast? That's not Godzilla.
Yeah.
It's okay if he looks goofy, but don't make him fast.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, And so when I got asked to do the Ultraman last year, it was a really fun project. And MHR, the agent who did this, they directed it and they're in charge of everything. Great company. And it had 12 of the top narrators in Japan, and we are all friends because we've all been doing it forever. And like I said, it's a very small kind of market for the top veterans kind of thing, and we're all friends. And we did it one afternoon in December, 2 years ago, or a year ago now. But it was, and we were all in the studio at the same time. It's a huge studio. It's got 6 mics. And we're doing it as we're doing it. And nobody's making mistakes, really. We're all really doing great. And we go in shifts and waves. And it took all day. But it was just so fun to hang out because we don't really get a chance to work together that much. So it was really fun. And it was a fun project. And it's really great. Check it out. It's great. Season 1. Season 2 is during the whole COVID thing. So we all went in on separate days. So we didn't have the chance to really work together.
Not quite as fun.
And so I went in, I did 2 characters. This time I did Ultraman Zero and then some other guy, I forget his name, but he's one of his older mentors. And I just did it in an hour. So instead of all day, with everybody taking turns, I did mine in just 1 hour by myself, and then went out. And then actually they changed one line a little bit. They changed the number of something. Instead of 30,000, they changed it to 10,000 or something. So I have to go back a week from Tuesday, and just for 10 minutes in the studio and go in and say that one line and come and leave. But that's going to be out in later. I think it's November 22nd or something like that.
Nice.
But it's fun. It's so nice to see something that's well made and a bit goofy, but still has integrity. You know, it's everybody's serious about making it, but it has that kind of superhero, kind of old. I am Ultraman.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, you know. And it's just kind of heartwarming, especially in the world we live in today.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice just to see something that's kind of pure and honest and classic and just kind of nice and fun, and it's well made. It's really well made.
Because I'm one
the
of those...
music's great too. Dun 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 dun, kind of, you know. It's good.
I've always loved that kind of stuff because I'm someone. I grew up with my mother. She loves Godzilla. So anytime if there was like a Godzilla movie on like Sci-Fi Channel or something like that, we were always watching Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla or something like that. And by virtue of that, I guess I started to like things like Ultraman and stuff. And also, plus when I was a kid, I want to say like 1991-ish was when the Power Rangers were introduced to the U.S. That was our first taste of Super Sentai. Giant robots and giant like kaiju monsters and everything like that.
Kaiju.
So starting at like, I want to say like 5 or 6 years old, I really started to get into that stuff. So like Ultraman is just one
and that's
of those
perfect because you actually have action figures and stuff.
Yeah.
Like when I grew up, there were no action figures.
I had figures when I was a kid.
When I grew up, they would be called dolls.
Dolls.
Girls have dolls.
Boys don't play with dolls. No, yeah, I had my full. It was like the giant Megazord when all their robots come together and form one giant super robot, and you could remote control it and speak through it. It had a speaker in it and everything like that. So I was a huge fanatic for that kind of stuff, like Sentai, Power Ranger stuff when I was a kid. So Ultraman sort of comes along with that because Ultraman, Super Sentai, they've been running for about the same amount of time, basically, since the 1970s. So that's pretty cool that you get to be like a part of that, like crazy long running franchise.
But yeah, to be an Ultraman,
could you do a good Godzilla? Because I heard that was accomplished by like doing something like a cello and all that kind of shit. Do you think you could imitate a cello? It's like
it's like Chewbacca.
Yeah.
Interestingly, you know, Godzilla in English we say Godzilla, Godzilla. But you know what the original pronunciation is? Gojira. In Japanese, Gojira. Do you know how they came up with the name Gojira?
It's gorilla and whale combined because there was, I don't know if he was a gaffer or someone on the original movie, but he was a huge ass dude that people preferred to as Gojira. They didn't have a name for the monster initially, so they were like, fucking hey.
I didn't know about the gaffer guy, but I know it's a combination of gorilla and Kujira. In Japanese, for whale, Kujira means whale. So they're like, gorilla is this strong, aggressive, powerful beast. Yeah. And Kujira is a whale, is just this huge animal. So if you combine that, both, even though it's a lizard, I don't know how they got the... It changed species. But it had the power and the aggressiveness and the hugeness. Combined of gorilla Kujira became Gojira.
Well, that was what I had heard was on the original film, as they were producing it, they didn't
have a name yet.
Have a name for the monster yet, or if they had a name, they changed it. But there was a guy.
I thought it was just Bob.
It was Bob.
I think it was Bob at first.
Okay. Well, then Bob became Gojira. This is what I heard, by the way. I actually heard this on Cinemasker, which is like a movie/video game channel on YouTube. But he's a fanatic for Godzilla, so I think he would know pretty good. James Rolfe. But I had heard from him, and then looked it up later, and there was some substantiation to it, that there was, if not a gaffer, someone who was working on the production that was just a giant-ass dude, and his nickname was Gojira, because they were like, he was like a gorilla whale. He was just a big fucking dude, like a big old gorilla the size of a whale. basically. And so, like, they eventually adopted that to be the name of Godzilla.
I like it. Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Now, I'm not going to wiki it right now, but that's the gospel truth.
If you know the answer, let us know.
Saying it right now. Godzilla.
Check your stuff. I gotta check my stuff.
Yes. Eric's going to go check his stuff while I check the chat. So, yeah, bring in your, you got questions, anything you got for Eric for this time that we have, because we've been going for quite a while now, something like 2 hours. So, yeah, if you've got questions, anything before we wrap stuff up, send that stuff in, because the more questions you ask, the more we can keep Eric talking, and you know what I'm saying, drinky. All right, so, Eric, crushing cans, ASMR, make it happen. I think we've got some other cans around here. We could probably crush those for you, sir. The Howard family of Almaden, California, topped by Eric. Whoops. Bay Area whoop, says Jesse, San Jose native. I'll let Eric know. I think he's from around that same area. Have you heard of Scott the Wise? Of course I have. Everybody's heard of Scott the Wise. Cool interview. Good morning from Sweden. We have some lovely Swedish viewers right now.
I'm half Swedish.
You're half Swedish.
On my mother's side.
You have a Swede look to you. You definitely do.
My mother's father's name was Anderson.
Anderson.
And her mother's maiden name was Nicequist, something like that.
Okay.
I don't remember. But her parents were from Sweden.
Well,
so DNA-wise, that's all I got.
That's what you got. Well, Monotaku9 says greetings from Sweden. And Jesse McFlub, he heard you mention the Bay Area. Jesse is a friend of mine.
Almaden is in the Bay Area, yes.
Yeah, he himself is from San Jose, he said.
Yeah, I was born in San Jose.
Okay.
O'Connor Hospital.
O'Connor Hospital, the birthplace, San Jose, California, birthplace of Eric Kelso, Jesse. So there you go. Something you got in common with Eric Kelso. Does he still play Captain Falcon? And you do not, right, Eric?
Not unless they're making a new one.
Well, if they had any sense, they'd call you back.
Damn straight.
That's what I'm saying. Anderson, almost like my last name. When you lived in Santa Barbara, did you ever go to famous Anderson Bakery? The Swedish.
What's that?
Did you ever live in Santa Barbara?
Yeah, I went to UC Santa Barbara. My university was UCSB.
So,
but I lived in Isla Vista.
I don't know how the hell this person knows that, but Saturn Tubes.
I had mentioned earlier.
Oh, did you?
I said I majored in film studies at UC Santa Barbara.
Okay, so see, that shows how much attention
yes.
I'm paying as I'm doing this. But Saturn Tube says, when you lived in Santa Barbara, did you ever go to the famous Anderson Bakery? It's a Swedish bakery there in Santa Barbara.
I don't remember. All I remember about Anderson is in that area of California, a lot of times you find like the Anderson split pea soup restaurant that had the best split pea soup.
Holy shit, the best split pea soup. Not just any old split pea soup.
Oh, it was the only split pea soup I had ever tried. So to me it was the best. But they're famous for it.
The one and only. Jesse says, that's awesome. He was born in the same hospital as you, Eric.
Right on.
So that's very nice.
All the best people were.
Funky Cole Medina says, has there ever been a Virtua Fighter? There's been a Virtua Fighter anime, has there?
I do not know.
Eric doesn't know, I don't know. He says, where can I see this Jackie Bryant anime? As far as we know, there is no Jackie Bryant.
Never heard of it. They didn't ask me, at least.
Yeah, they never asked Eric. As far as
nobody asked me anything.
Nobody ever wants. You know, they always leave you out in the cold, Eric.
That's it.
This is bullshit. Yes, there was a Virtua Fighter anime, but it was in the 90s, so it would have been before you were voicing Jackie.
Okay. Okay.
So
I was voicing him in the 90s. Wasn't I? No, not yet. Not until 2000.
Yeah, IMDb said 2002 was your first time.
Not me.
With Jackie.
Pop my cherry.
That's right. Virtua Fighter 4 got in there and pop. Okay, let's do it. Let me hit the head, and then we're gonna.
He's gonna hit the head.
You talk about whiskey.
And I thought I would pump up the volume a little bit here. We're gonna try Ichiro. This is a very nice. It's not the baseball player. but it's called Ichiro's Malt and Grain. It's actually a world blended whiskey. And it's whiskeys from several different countries like Ireland and Scotland and Japan and the States. And it's a really nice blend. I think this is probably around $40 a bottle. But very smooth, very nice. Ichiro. So how's everybody doing today? By the way, not to get political, but I'm celebrating. I'm an American. I've lived much longer in Japan. I left America when I was 23. I never really considered myself American as much as I did a Californian. Never been a real patriotic person. There's so many amazing things about America, and I was really happy and so lucky to be born there. But I was okay leaving it when I was 23, and I didn't really have any plans on returning. I wanted to kind of live in a foreign country because I just feel like you learn so much more about life and yourself and everything by living abroad. And every day is like traveling. You know, I'm traveling. I've been on a 33-year vacation. So I never really missed America that much because I can kind of keep it inside myself, and I'm finding new things every day and learning something new every day living in a foreign country. But recently I was a bit kind of embarrassed to call myself American. I'm sorry, I don't know what your political views are. These are just my political views. But I'm very happy today that there's been kind of a shift and kind of there's a new manager in the American company, so to speak. And hopefully he can bring some new things that I felt were lacking in the last manager's job. I just didn't like seeing the split in America. I think it really kind of split a lot of things and caused a lot of problems on both sides, by both sides. Hopefully it can bring things together a little bit more, and it makes me a little more positive about the future, because I think the United States should be united, and that's all. So that was my political rant.
Oh my goodness.
I couldn't think of anything else to say. You're in the head.
Was Churchill just in the room now?
No, but I can light a cigar.
That's true, you do have some sense.
I love cigars. I'll have a cigar with this.
Okay, cool.
Well, my man here, see, I'm California beach boy. My parents were both teachers. That's about as liberal as you can get.
Yeah.
You know, I'm way left. Not crazy left, but you know, I believe in like healthcare and education, environment, and things like that. My boy here is from the South.
Deep South.
So let him. He doesn't have to, but see, if we can get along, why can't everybody else? You know.
Yay!
So he probably might have different views. I don't know, because your upbringing was different.
My upbringing was very different, but I was sort of a rebellious youth.
Uh-huh.
I grew up in a more conservative, religious kind of surrounding, and wasn't so into it. But I spent, like you, many years overseas in Europe, Japan, went to the Middle East for a little while,
right.
all over the United States. I'm kind of a world traveler. And at the end of the day...
And cheers to getting along.
Cheers.
And friendship.
To getting along.
Sorry, go ahead.
Woo, daddy.
Good, right?
That's some good-ass whiskey.
Yeah.
I've always been... considered myself more of an individualist.
Yeah.
So whoever the president is, or representatives, things like that, none of that has ever mattered that much to me. I've never put myself on any real side of like a debate per se. I mean, I'm on like certain sides of like individual issues, right? Like I won't go too deeply into it, but I have like my own opinions and things like that. But generally speaking, I believe in the power of individuals. So when I think about like a political party or something like that, or like a label of being like conservative or liberal or something like that, I don't like to adopt things like that because I don't want to put myself on the side of an issue before I've heard the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't want to be like a predictable person where it's like, well, I'm this, so if something comes up predictably...
This is my religion, so I have to believe this.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to say this or that or something else predictably. So I'll just say that
me too.
I am an individualist. I don't concern myself too much with who the president is, because I think at the end of the day, a society is made up of individuals, and when they've had enough of your shit, they're gonna let you know. They're gonna do something about it. So I believe in the power of individuality versus tribalism, collectivism, things like that. That's not appealing to me. With that being said, you're gonna light a stogie.
I am, and I've had people say like, "Well, you're American," and I say, "Well, not really anymore."
Yeah.
I left when I was 23. I'm almost 58. Right. So I've lived in Japan much longer. And they say, "Oh, you're Japanese." Like, no, I'm not Japanese either. I'm just me. I'm not Eric. I'm American.
Yeah.
I'm not American. I'm American.
Yeah.
I'm just my own country. I'm my own thing. I don't have a religion. I don't have a political group that I belong to. Or an ideology of anything. I'm like you. I'm just I have my beliefs that are mine. Yeah. And I hope that they're kind and nutritious kind of beliefs for everyone in a way. I don't want to hurt anyone. I hope I can help people if possible. But I'm definitely not going to hurt anyone. Yeah. And please don't hurt me.
Even that concept of, an American, that's a concept that means different things to different people. Like you said, you're Californian, I'm Cajun, I grew up in the Bayou. Yeah. And what it means to be American, and that's
what it means to be American.
Yeah.
All those things
totally different cultures.
They are United States.
Yeah. That's right. They are a union of states.
Yeah.
Let's all just try to get along. Anyway, that's a total deviation.
When you went to the bathroom, I had nothing else to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm not that interesting of a person. I got nothing to really go with.
Let's get to the chat.
What do you guys got? Please help us.
Yeah, help us out, chat.
Can I tell you one thing?
Oh, holy shit! Okay, this is where the stream really gets derailed.
This is where I go south.
Okay, this is evidence now.
In memoriam of Sean Connery, this is a Walter PPK. It's Walter PPK, James Bond's gun.
Yes.
And I bought this because I love James Bond, especially Sean Connery. And so I use this whenever I want to light a cigar.
Thank God it's a fucking lie. Miss Honey Penny.
Honey Penny. There you go. Carry on.
Like that, Stogie. Alright, what do we got? Scruffy looking RGB is a friend of mine here in Tokyo. Actually, we just posted our first collaboration video together that I posted last night at midnight. It's got a few thousand views on it. So go and check that out. And go say hello to Scruffy whenever you have time. He says, at Kitschuyukin and Eric, do you know another voice actor in Japan named Peter Van Gomez?
Peter Van Gom.
Peter Van Gom.
Gomm.
That's okay, so it's...
one of my best friends.
Okay.
I just saw him 2 days ago.
Tell us about Peter Van Gom.
Peter Van Gom's a very cool guy. He's got a wife and a really cool kid. And he loves motorcycles and good coffee. And he's got his own channel. Check him out. Peter Van Gom. He's got a YouTube channel where he rides his motorcycle around and checks out Japan, different places around Tokyo.
Okay.
Or goes out trying to find the best coffee in Tokyo. And really good guy. Great voice. And just a sweet, nice guy. Very cool guy. Please check out Peter Van Gom. VonGomm. And I just saw him a couple days ago.
Nice.
Yeah, very good friend of mine.
Very good.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to me because you had sent me like a list of all these voice actors and actresses that you know.
Hey.
And I was IMDbing everybody. And I was seeing all kinds of credits for games in like the Castlevania series and Mega Man and all that kind of stuff, and that shit just blew me away. Like, for example, one of the references you gave me was a gentleman who voiced a character named Shaft in the English version of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which just me saying that is going to light a fire under people's asses in the chat, because that's big time. That's like...
And who was that? Do you remember the actor?
Fucking A, I don't.
Okay.
But goddamn it, now that no, I
You
don't.
can check it out.
Yeah. But so stuff like that, Rockman, Zero X, or the Mega Man games, things like that. So, like, is there, like, do you guys all remain friendly? All of you voice actor types, like, you work on stuff together. Do you sort of keep, like you said, Peter Von Gom, friend of yours, voice actor, awesome. Is that, like, typical? You guys work on a lot of... Because, like you said, especially when you started out...
We all know each other.
There was a limited pool of people, right?
There are more people now.
Yeah.
And men and women. So we tend to work with the opposite sex more. Because I don't work a lot with Peter. I'll see him coming in or out of studios.
Right.
And he's been to my apartment a couple times. Just hanging out and drinking on my balcony or something. And, but he's about the only voice actor who's ever been to my apartment. So we're not really friends. Some people are friends. I'm just not. I'm not a very friendly person.
Acquaintances, maybe.
Yeah. I'm not really social, but a lot of them are.
Yeah.
And they go to like parties together and conferences and meetings and stuff. I kind of try to stay away from people as much as possible.
Sure.
Yeah, we all know each other. So, but men and women tend to work more together because there's like, you know, Mom, what's for breakfast? Well, honey, it's eggs and sausage or something, you know. So you have dialogues between men and women quite often.
Right.
But you don't really have dialogues between men and men. Because if it's a man's voice, I can just do all the man's voices.
Sure.
I can do all the boys' voices, kind of thing. And they don't want to hire too. So we only know each other by bumping into each other at studios or meetings. No meetings, really. Studios, you know, coming in and out. But it's, you know, over 20, 30 years, it happens enough times to where you kind of create a kind of camaraderie and friendship a bit. But Peter is especially, he's probably my best friend out of all the voice actors.
It's very sweet.
He's special.
He's very special. That's weird.
And actually, we saw each other on the street last couple days ago, and he said, "I'm gonna give you a very dangerous COVID hug."
Oh yeah.
You know, because you're supposed to just, you know, like we bumped elbows.
Elbow
We kind of bumped elbows or
I'm getting
something.
sick of that fucking shit.
But we're such good friends. He says, "I gotta give you a hug." Oh, okay. So we gave each other a hug.
Yeah.
And but mostly we don't really contact so much. It's kind of a solo gig most of the time.
Professional relationship.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
like it's like above professional, but just below like friendship kind of shit.
It's all very friendly.
Yeah.
And we're not competitive.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing.
It's like you guys.
There's no competition.
You're in the trenches together.
Yeah.
You're combat buddies. So when you see
like
him,
Peter got that job, but how did he? I wanted that job.
Son's a bitch.
You know, there's none of that. Because also, if you have an audition, or you know, we audition by voice. You know, I mean, listen to my demo. If you think the voice matches the character or the job you want, then you hire me. If you don't, you hire the other guy. We don't know who they listen to or who they choose and stuff. It's just you got it or you don't got it.
Yeah.
We never. But who got it? You know, nobody does that.
Yeah.
So we don't know. We're not in competition. It's just whoever the client wants more, they choose that person.
Yeah.
So we don't really feel like we're competing.
Not like modeling.
It's not like modeling or acting where you have to actually go do an audition. You see the person sitting next to you, kind of thing. There's nothing like that. It's all anonymous.
At this point, they know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
They know you've got a long, sort of like library of credits behind you, so they know if you're going to be the type of person. Because you've done like a myriad of characters. You've done young and older. You've done more like soft-spoken, more harsh and rough. You've done this whole long sort of.
But most of the clients don't look at your pedigree.
Really?
No.
That seems like a mistake to me. Like it
They
seems like
they listen to your voice demo,
Uh-huh.
and they got a voice they want in their head. You could be a newbie, fresh off the boat, but if you got the voice they want, they hire you. Kind of stuff.
So there's hope yet.
There's hope yet.
Hey!
But you got a lot more to compete with now.
Holy shit.
But the pedigree and your profile, your history and your experience and all that can help you.
Yeah.
But if it's not the sound they want, you don't get the job. You got some stuff over there.
We got a lot over here. We got people popping in and up. Let's see. This is the place, and I thought Jim was left-leaning. Agreed, my friend. Best to not get... Okay. Agreed. Gaming. Agreed. Is it hard to become a... Is it... Ruby! Ruby says, because a lot of people did not approve of our political talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had nothing else to talk about. I'm sorry. I don't talk political. I really don't. But I'm just kind of excited. I'm sorry.
Ruby says...
What is it?
Hey, is it hard to become a voice actor now? You might have already answered this. Just got here. Sorry if you did. Is it hard? Like, let's say, okay.
We weren't talking politics all day. If you just got here, that was just a 2-minute thing. I'm sorry.
So...
Apologize.
Let's say even considering when you first started voice work to now. Like, would you say, not that it's harder, because I think you've established that. It's harder to get into now than it was 20, 30 years ago, right?
The market is a bit flooded.
Would you say that it is just objectively hard to get into that business now?
I think it's hard to get into any business where you're freelance.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter what it is. But if you're freelance, it's but hard. Because you got nothing to fall back on.
Right.
You got no paycheck. You have no guarantee of anything. And when you're starting from nothing, you got to just climb the ladder from the bottom rung, And it's basically, it's about the same as a restaurant succeeding. Like 90% fail in the first year or something like that. I forget what the statistics are, but
yeah, it's something like that.
But it's hard. Like, don't quit your day job. You might want to do it as a hobby.
Yeah.
And then see if it goes from there. But I wouldn't bank on it.
Okay. Yeah. Good call. So it's fucking hard now because there's a shit ton of people doing it, and they're pretty good too.
Yeah, and a lot of them are real veterans who have been doing it a long time. And if somebody's been doing it 20 years and they already speak Japanese, does she mean in Japan?
I think just in general.
In general, I only know about Japan.
Is it hard to become a voice actor now? Is the general question. So let's
I would
limit
say
it to Japan.
In Japan, yes, because there are people who have been doing it, who are veterans, who can do it very well, who speak Japanese, who have connections with the agents and the clients, and they're going to go with somebody they know over somebody newbie who just steps off the boat.
Right.
So yes, in Japan, basically impossible. But I don't know where you live, Ruby, but if you put together a really good voice demo, kind of compilation of different kinds of voices, listen to what other voice actors are doing, try to copy what they're doing. Whiskey!
I think that's our whiskey being delivered. Excuse me for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Hey.
That's our whiskey. That's more whiskey. We already have some here. We got more. Oh my God, what did the Amazon man bring?
I think it's a present from
The whiskey fairy?
the lovely Tomoyo.
Oh, nice. Your old lady came through.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know where you live, Ruby, but I would say listen to what other people are doing in your area, and if there's something you think sounds really good, a type of, you do a standard voice, you do a happy voice, you do a quiet voice, you do a sexy voice, you do listen to what they're doing, try to produce something that sounds very professional. Do different characters. Try not to double up too much. You could do old, do young, do crazy, do animation, do whatever. You can listen to my compilation if you like. It's not the best, but at least it's a sample. Just Google it. My website is erickelso.com. But listen to other, especially Ruby. I assume is a woman.
Presumably.
Okay, I'm not sure. But listen to other women's sites as well. Things that you think sound good. And then try to do the same structure. Of course, do your own voice of what you think is good, what represents you. But put together something like that. And I think home studios are so good now that you can probably do it yourself at home. Yeah. But check out agents. Then you got to find the agents. And then you got to talk to them. And you got to get into that. Then hopefully, luckily, they'll call you to do a job. You get experience. And you just start working your way up. But that's all freelance. There's no security. There's no job security. So you got to have your own job first. And do it as a hobby to begin with. And then hopefully it progresses into something bigger.
Sage-like advice from the one and only Eric Kelso. The man knows what he's talking about. And yeah, like range, right? Like that's an important thing to have because it's way cheaper to hire one person to do 3 or 4 voices versus hiring 3 or 4 actors.
For sure.
So range, that's what you want to have.
And don't put anything that you don't like on your demo. Mm-hmm. Because you think, well, I'm not really good at doing that kind of voice, but I should have that on my demo. Will just sound like you're not good at doing that voice.
And that's the type of shit that makes people go, nope.
And then they go, nope.
You suck.
You suck. You're an amateur.
So
only put things on your demo that sound really good.
I think someone in the chat actually mentioned something with the advent of YouTube.
Yeah.
The fact that people are constantly putting out content like all the time.
Yeah.
But they had heard that it's better to specialize in a specific kind of voice or character.
Nowadays, yes, probably.
Yeah, as opposed to like a series of characters.
If you can't do something well, don't do it. As far as voice acting.
There you go.
You know, if you feel really confident with a character or a voice that you're doing, put it on. If you don't try to do it just as filler.
Right. So don't do something that you can't.
Don't show your weakness.
Yes, show your weakness. If you can't do it well, don't do it at all. It's kind of like you got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Yeah.
If you can't do a good voice, just don't do it. So saith Eric, the sage.
And Christmas.
Oh, holy shit! That looks expensive.
That's about $50 a bottle.
This is some whiskey right here, folks. Suntory World whiskey.
Yeah.
Shit.
This is like the Ichiro that I showed you before. This is the same deal. It's like, look at the different countries on there.
A blend of 5 major whiskeys.
Is it written on there, the countries?
Irish, Scotch, American, Canadian, and Japanese whiskeys blended into a single delicious adult beverage. That's what you're getting when you're drinking
adult beverage.
Suntory World whiskey.
Hire him.
Hire me. God knows I need it.
And this is a beautiful, very interesting bottle too.
It has like a weird, like the shape. It's like, yeah, the shape is odd. It's a diamond shape, like an inverted diamond.
And it's really nice.
Yes, beautiful, nice and clear. Looks like good whiskey to me.
And everyone says, "Thank you, Tomoyo."
Thank you, Tomoyo, for sending us this awesome whiskey that is gonna. I mean, I just finished a glass of whiskey, but this is gonna fill her up. That's gonna get us nice and schmacked, if you know what I mean.
That's
Eric.
Tomoyo.
All right, let's get back to
my fiance.
The fiance, the fiancer. Let's see what we got. Good way to be, Jim. Says DC VMU. Thank you, sir. Real cool guys. Oh, we got a lot going on in the chat. We got to keep it up here. Okay, we got to start at 80s and 90s. Totally different time. What's your favorite Japanese beer? Says Trancer 247. Eric? I'm an Asahi Super Dry guy. I think most people know that. Although I do... I went up to Sapporo for a little while and had some of the brew they have there that you could only have there in Sapporo at their beer garden when you go there, and that was good shit. But I would say day to day, Asahi Super Dry 90% of the time. That's what I'm drinking.
Strong beer. It's good. It's very refreshing.
It's very refreshing. It is. It's just a fantastic.
Summertime Asahi Super Dry is great.
Yes.
It's not full like a craft beer or anything.
No,
like that,
it's not at all.
But it's a great pilsner kind of refreshing.
Yes.
Thing, yeah.
But what would you say is your favorite Japanese beer, Eric?
I'm not a big beer drinker.
Uh-huh.
If I drink beer, it's mostly Guinness. I don't like the bubbles so much.
Sure.
But and Japanese beer tends to have more bubbles than other beer.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Maybe you're not such a lager guy. You like a nice dark ale.
Yeah. Something like with less bubbles, a little creamier, a little darker. But Ebisu makes this one with the blue label. What's that called?
Oh, fuck. I couldn't recall,
It's
but...
Ebisu, and it's got this blue can, almost like a purple color.
I'll tell you when I drink Ebisu is...
it's really good.
Have you ever been down to the Tokyo Dome, or Tokyo Dome City down there?
Not a long time, yeah.
Not so much recently, but me and some friends of mine, we would go down there a lot to go to see a lot of pro wrestling shows. And sort of our little ritual is after the show's over, if it's in the evening, there's an Ebisu restaurant right there in Tokyo Dome City.
Okay.
So we would pop in there and try, like, anything Ebisu makes is on that menu. So we would try all the fucking different kinds of flavors and styles of Ebisu beer. Blue shit, yellow shit, black shit, whatever they had. And I'm assuming the blue kind came in the blue can. I don't know what
it's a blue can. It's almost like a blue purple kind of can, and it's just less carbonation, more flavor, more like a craft beer kind of thing, and it's amazing. I'll let you know.
Everything I've ever had at that Ebisu restaurant was badass, including the sausage platter.
Yeah, the Ebisu beer gardens are great.
Yeah.
Have you been to the Ebisu beer garden in Ebisu?
I have not. Although I should.
The Ebisu Garden Place, and you take the little the escalator walkway kind of thing that goes there. And it's all kind of old, kind of retro, looks like old European style and stuff like that. That's a great beer garden, and they have the same really good sausages and beer, and it's all fresh.
I really need to, because my friend actually just recently moved to Ebisu, and I've been there one time to go check out his new apartment, and that was it. But he's a beer drinker as well.
So Ebisu is a cool station.
I think I got to invite him to
go.
A
lot of good restaurants, bars, and things.
Nice. Yeah. I need more of that. All right. What else we got going on in here? We got, can you get Jim an acting job, though, says Tabby D. I don't think so. I think that's verboten.
I think that would be like we were talking about porn before.
Yeah. He's coached me a little bit, though.
Yeah.
In how to not...
You were a great student.
There we go. How to not be so terrible at doing the voice thing. I don't think, you couldn't just like hand me a job or anything. You're not that guy. But
I did give you some advice on your demo.
Yeah. So he's given me some advice and things like that, and that's enough. I think
And he's good.
I think I can figure out the rest.
You can totally do it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're good. You can do it.
I'm just gonna have to.
You've got a great voice and great control, and you have a wide range and things like that. It's just a hard job to break into if you want to do that as a career.
Yeah. And I'm not going to take any food off of Eric's table. Not willingly, anyway. So I respect the game.
Well, that's why you don't want to do it. I appreciate it.
So if I can get in there, I will. But right now, like, I'm not hurting for money, so don't worry about that. I don't exactly need like a job right now. The whole aspiration to do voice work was more of like a passion thing. Just because I've been a gamer my entire life, and I thought it'd be cool to do something like that. But it's not like something like, please, I need a job, sir. Please, sir, may I have some more work? So, that's kind of on me at this point.
But if I have a chance, I will.
That would be fucking fantastic. Eric said it. He said it live. It's on video. He's gonna. Okay. Fuck it. All right. Drink says Damien Penaloza tequila shot.
No tequila. I'm sorry.
I'm not fucking out. I'm not fucking with any tequila today. Okay, who we got? Did you see any reptilian type clones in the industry? From Kevin Wager. I think he's fucking with us now. I'm pretty sure you never saw a reptilian person while doing voice acting.
Are they around?
Do they exist? Are reptilians real?
I don't know.
They shapeshift, so it would be hard to tell.
Yeah, it could.
Who knows? Could be. Could be. Let's see. Saturn Tube says 90% of restaurants fell in the first 5 years.
5 years, okay.
Whatever amount of time it is, most restaurants fail.
Thank you. Good to know.
Because there's already a
Because I don't want to quote some statistic if I'm wrong, so
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Did Eric try out for any of the classic OVA anime? Said MK Solid 82, like Vampire Hunter D. So have you ever auditioned or tried out for any anime?
No. Like I said before, there's not a lot of auditions. They usually your voice demo is the audition.
Yeah.
And so they just listen and they go yes, no, and if they like it, they call you to do the part.
Sure.
Or sometimes there's an audition. They'll take like, 3 or 4 guys that they like, and then they'll have all of them read the lines, and then have them do that. But somehow the Japanese anime that gets done with English voices is not done in Japan so much.
Yeah.
They do that in the States and Hollywood.
A lot of it is in Texas too, right? Because that's where Funimation is.
That could be that.
That's the big.
But I know a lot of it's done in the States. They don't really do Japanese anime dubbing in Japan.
That's so interesting because
Which is funny. They should.
Like I said, when I was younger, I think in like the 90s, sort of like late 80s and into the 90s, sort of like the early introduction of anime into the U.S., a lot of the dubbing was done in Canada, actually. I guess it might have been cheaper or something. But in a lot of those like 80s, early 90s anime, you can hear the, and some of the video games too, you can hear the Canadian accents like very strong. One of the things I think of in particular, as far as video games go, there's a Biohazard game, Resident Evil, where one of the characters, I think it was Steve, but he's like, I'm sorry. It's like real strong in the Canadian accents and stuff. So I think a lot of that stuff is done in Vancouver. Okay. But that's cool. You could hear, so I think...
Well, it's cheaper to do it in Vancouver.
Yeah.
And Vancouver is like huge industry.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where they did all the X-Files and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
well, every time
and Supernatural and all that stuff.
If they ever needed to shoot somewhere else for New York, Vancouver.
Right.
Rumble in the Bronx, shot in Vancouver.
Right.
Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan.
He takes Vancouver.
He takes Vancouver. That's what that fucking movie should have been called.
And also, Vancouver has that wonderful kind of like dark, overcast weather that lends itself to anything horror or thriller.
Make it look shitty.
Yeah.
Vancouver.
And dark and rain and stuff. It's great.
Come to Vancouver.
It's a great feeling.
You can make your horror movie here. You can make it look like absolute shit.
And the taxes are less and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's good business.
Good times in Vancouver. So I'm dry on the whiskey.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Would you like to try the new?
Yes.
Suntory World Whiskey.
Let's try some of that new Suntory World Whiskey. We're going to do a little taste test here on the stream. And I'm going to pass that to you.
Okay.
I'm going to check our chat, see what's going on.
And thank you, Tomoyo. I think she may be watching.
He is right for you.
I know she's working at home today, so she might have the time to actually watch.
So Kevin Wager says that you're right. That for your career on the side, you should not quit your normal job. Don't fuck around. Don't kill your steady stream of income in pursuit of that sort of pipe dream.
Yeah, it's, it's just not wise.
Yeah.
It's not a good career move.
And that's advice that could apply to people on YouTube as well. Because YouTube, obviously through YouTube, you can make money.
Right.
Some people, some people opt to quit their day job and pursue YouTube as a full-time thing. And for some people, it works out. For some people, you will inevitably get that video that says, I fucked up. I fucked up. I quit my job. I really shouldn't have done that. Could you please donate some money to me? So that's another thing. You got to be careful if you're going to pursue voice acting or so. One of those things that's like competitive. There's a lot of people in it. There's the potential to make money, but you're not necessarily going to make money in it. Do not quit your day job. You really need that steady source of income, which is what I found. That's why I'm still employed, gainfully employed, I might add.
Yeah.
So, thankfully for that.
Yeah, and it's like any freelance. You got to cover your ass, you know. How many actors in Japan, in Hollywood, are actually actors? You know, you talk to somebody. What do you do? I'm an actor. But what do you do for money? Oh, I'm a waiter.
Yeah.
You know, you're not an actor and a waiter. You're a waiter and an actor.
Yeah.
You know, you are whatever job gives you your money. That's what you say is your job.
That's the thing. Yeah.
I mean, you have to be realistic about it. So you can follow your dream. That's great, but you have to be realistic.
That's where the deviation comes in. Some people are like, well, YouTube is my job, okay, but do you actually work for YouTube, or do you just make money from the videos you post on YouTube? Whereas some people would say that YouTube is more of like a side hustle kind of thing. You get money from it, but you're not employed by YouTube. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Have you? I mean, you're a freelance guy. You've been doing that for...
I've been freelance all my life. I've never had a real job.
Yeah. So do you feel that way, that you don't have like a dedicated like job? Because you do other things in addition to voice acting, correct?
I've always taught English in Japan.
Yeah. That's a safe bet, by the way. It's fairly safe.
I teach. I'm lucky enough to where I have some really good teaching jobs.
Yeah.
I teach about 9 hours a week, and that pays all my bills.
Go on that tangent. I'm gonna.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about Jim.
Do not talk about me while I'm gone.
He seems like a nice guy. Everyone, when they first come to Japan, always works as an English teacher, unless they have something set up, unless they actually have a career, and they come over like on an expat package or something like that, which is great, and that's the career choice they have made, and it's a much safer and easier way. But when you go to another country to live, you're not doing it because you want to start a career as much. Living in another country is not a great way to start a new career. Living in another country is a great way to learn about another country and to learn about yourself and life. If you have a passion and there's something you would like to do in another country, and by all means try it. Try to do it. And even if you fail, that's okay. Who fucking cares if you fail? As long as you're putting food in your mouth and water down your gullet, you're fine. If you can survive, you can survive. And that's a great way to learn about life. Japan is an amazing country, full of opportunities, but only pretty much if you speak English, unless you have a special skill that you have to live in another country. You have to have a special skill that people in that country can't do, and for most countries it's language. So you have to look at it that way as well. For most people in Japan, it's teaching English, which is a great job, and the Japanese are wonderful people, fucking fantastic people, so nice, so kind. You learn so much. It's an old, ancient culture, but still has a lot of new, wacky things as well. It's a real dichotomy. And it's a wonderful place to live. It's safe, you know, no guns, no violence, no crime to speak of. And it's got beautiful, really appreciation for the 4 seasons, and there's always something new going on, and there's a lot of festivals, and the people are so nice, and the food is amazing. So I highly recommend Japan. But if you are planning on going to another country to live, make sure that there's opportunity for you. And in Japan, most opportunity lies with speaking a language that they don't speak. So be careful if you're going to just pull up all your roots and jump into something as a career. Be careful in that way. That's all.
Excellent. I didn't hear a fucking word you said, but I'm pretty sure it's probably pretty insightful.
I was talking mostly about you.
Okay. Yeah, fuck that guy. All right, Eric is up, and let's take a look at some of what we have got here. Wait a minute. Did I miss? Let me see. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
The mnemonic thing just came up. The people who gave us the nice $50 before it, that came up on the screen. I don't know what it is. Check that out.
Let me go find. It hasn't popped up in my chat yet, but when it does, I'm going to read it. Oh, good lord. Okay. From robotic, neutronic, symbolic.
Yeah!
With $50.
Again?
Again.
Wow, great company. Say their name like 10 times.
Robotic, neutronic, symbolic.
Great name.
Everybody. A moment of silence, a round of applause. Hey, Jim. Had to pull the trigger again for you guys. Much love. Keep it going. Have another drink for me, brother. Eric is the man. Tekken and Captain Falcon for life, he says. So, Eric is about to return from his bathroom break. Did you hear all that, Eric?
Yeah, thank you guys. That's great. That's really. What kind of company is it?
I don't believe robotic, neutronic, symbolic. You can let me know. I don't believe it's a company. I believe it's just someone who enjoys
And
the
just
YouTube.
but a very cool name. It's hard to remember, but it rhymes and it sounds great.
But if robotic, neutronic, symbolic, if you are indeed a publisher of content, you have been a tremendous supporter of this channel for a very long time.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna have to make a mental note after this stream is over. Go have a look at what you're doing. But that's fantastic. And yeah, Tekken, Captain Falcon for life, he says. How do you feel about that, Eric? That's just not going anywhere. That shit's out for... You'll be long dead.
Life is a very long time. Is that for my life or his life?
Yeah.
Or everyone's life?
Everybody's lives.
Wow.
We'll all be gone. There'll be nothing left but the cockroaches. But Tekken and Shenmue, all that stuff will be alive in the minds of cockroaches.
Well, the one thing nice about doing voices for video games is that, like, I've had a couple of people tell me before that, like, thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why? What did I do? Just my job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just went into the studio and said some stuff and they paid me money.
Yeah.
Because to voice actors, that's basically all it is.
Yeah.
It's like anybody's job. You know, I mean, doctors are saving lives and stuff like that. I'd say thank you to them more.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and for most voice actors, it's just a job.
Yeah.
You know, and even being like famous or something like that, it's a little bit of a ego boost, or feel like you're somebody in a way when you first start doing it. But after a while, like, you know, I've had people like stop me on the street. Can I have your autograph? Because they see me on NHK TV or they know who I am. Or something. I used to do a lot more like on camera on TV and stuff, so people would notice my face more. And say, oh, I know you. And other people, if they find out like what I do, they say like, oh, you did that. Wow, can I have your autograph or something? And it means much more to them than it does to me.
Yeah.
In a way, because I don't really see it. It's just my job.
Yeah.
But then somebody said, no. They told me one time, they said, it's not just your job. You know, you were a part of my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you made me happy as a kid. I listened, I played your character, and I know your voice, and that got me through some times, and that inspired me to do some things, and that made me happy.
Yeah.
And that means a lot to me.
Yeah.
And so that changed my view on that.
Yeah.
Like, if I can make somebody else's life happy, in a way.
Yeah.
Then, wow, thank you.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
you have to consider, I mean, all the different characters you've done, all the different games and stuff, you're talking like tens of millions of units sold, right? So there's people in like almost every country on Earth have heard your voice in one capacity or the other, whether it's like Tekken, Virtua Fighter, Shenmue. Like, I know when I was a kid, like, I played the fuck out of those Namco games. So like Soul Blade, Tekken 3, we used to have Tekken 3 tournaments like at my house, me and all my friends. And then later, Tekken 4 we kind of skipped over, but Tekken 5, which was when you really got to do a little more acting, by the way, yelling at bears and such. But that was shit that like we would play like constantly. Like, my friends would get off work, come over to my house, and we would have our like Tekken 5 tournaments and shit like that, and just like play the fuck out of Tekken. You know, the Shenmue games, Virtua Fighter, all that kind of stuff. And that's, you know, the same story for like people all over the world. Tens of millions of units sold between all these games. Tekken, you know, being one of the most popular fighting franchises of all time. Shenmue having this really hardcore, like dedicated fan base. Things like Virtua Fighter, things, Bloody Roar as well. We never touched on that, but one of the Bloody Roar games.
Yeah, I did Bloody Roar.
You actually, and now that I think about it, all the sort of like off the wall, like people think of you for like Shenmue, Tekken, Virtua Fighter, but you've done shit like that. Bloody Roar, Metal Wolf Chaos, some sort of like Dino Crisis 3, all this kind of like sort of like off the wall shit that you've done, sort of like outside of your like normal.
And I don't play them, so I don't know which ones are popular or which ones aren't.
Yeah.
I just know the top like 5 that you just kind of mentioned.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't really know like how what the response is, which ones are famous or popular or not.
You need a gaming nerd in your life, Eric. You need someone around to...
And I got you, Jim!
Remind you of what you... Yeah. But yeah, like Tekken, like Tekken 3, for example, was just like a fucking powerhouse. Like that was one of those games that like sold like...
And that was an early on kind of, that kind of combat kind of game.
Yeah, because like there was Tekken 1 and 2, and those were like, okay. People sort of dug them, but Tekken 3 was like the one that like fucking kicked everyone in the balls and was like, holy fuck, Tekken is like the best fucking thing ever. And then after that, Tekken 4, Tekken 5, 6, 7, you're a part of all that stuff. And those, it just kept getting better and better. And like the communities for that grew, like to this day, like there are like tournaments for all this kind of stuff. People get together and play Tekken. And by the way, my main in Tekken, any Tekken really, is still Paul. Because,
really?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
That's been my main for a long time.
Because sometimes I'd say, I play Paul Phoenix, they're like, that guy?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
That's the guy. But my main is still, to this day, it's always been Paul, because Paul has all the power moves.
Okay.
And I'm kind of like a simple pick your shots kind of player, where I want to get in and do those like, some characters they can do their like 5-6 hit combinations, all that kind of stuff. Paul is like 2 hit, 3 hit, but it's all like power moves, get in, get out kind of shit.
Well, that would be my character anyway.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a like classy guy. I'm not like a technical guy. I'm just more like powerhouse.
Yeah.
That would work.
So if you were ever wondering how your character of Paul plays like, he's a powerhouse fucking character. He gets in, beats the fuck out of people, and gets out.
Well, I like that.
Yeah. Power moves. That's what I like about that Paul. Alright. Let's get back into this chat. See what goes in. I'm thinking about becoming an English teacher, but I'm quite scared about social isolation, etc. That's from Tabby D. Young lady would appear, Tabby D. So she's interested in becoming an English teacher, presumably here in Japan, but she's concerned about the social isolation, presumably, and you can correct me, Tabby, if I'm wrong, presumably about being a foreigner and a foreign teacher here in Japan. Social isolation. Is that something you've had to deal with a lot, Eric? Because I have not.
How about you?
I have not. No, I think, for me, I have... I'm not a terribly social person. I don't go out of my way to have like this huge like consortium of like friends and stuff, but I'm not an antisocial person. So pretty much anywhere I go,
the same.
Yeah,
I'm good one-to-one, but I don't need a group.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I typically prefer to stay to myself, but when I go out in public settings, I'm like on. It's almost like acting.
Me too.
Where it's like you can, talk to people, you can
good in any situation, not shy.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I can socialize, but I don't really want too much of it.
Yeah.
In my
but
life.
How about for instance, with let's say the setting like we're in Japan now, and your command of Japanese is limited. Are you able to turn on that kind of like charm to like draw people in and be friendly and things like that, even though there's that communication barrier? Because I can, because like I tend to try to be like,
I kind of like it.
Yeah, you can be like you can be like a little animated. You can sort of fucking dick around, things like that. But from your experience, you have a lot more experience here than I do. So.
If you like having very deep conversations with a lot of people, it's hard to do in a foreign language.
Yeah.
If you just want to like laugh and have a bite and a drink and just, be kind of goofy and have a kind of a light, just enjoyment of a situation, that's easy. If you're looking for deep philosophical or political or economic conversations or something, you kind of have to be with your own language. So it depends on your personality.
Yeah.
But being a fish out of water, getting out of your comfort zone kind of thing, not to mix metaphors, but it does enlighten and strengthen and challenge, and it will make you a better person. It will make you a stronger, wiser person. And there is nothing better than being uncomfortable, because that's what shows who you are. The comfortable things can also be very detrimental to any future growth. If you want to just stay in your hometown or your state and speak your own language and your own religion and your own culture and your own political situation, that's great. It's very comfortable, and it's a wonderful kind of blanket to live under. But if you want to grow, you got to get out from under that blanket. And so even if it's hard, that's okay. That's and the funny thing is like, I came to Japan with like $300 in my pocket. I had no job, no friends, no language, no nothing. I got off the plane, went to Tokyo, and started working. My first day I came just because I got a newspaper and just went to an interview, and they said, "Can you start now?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay." I had nothing. I ended up living in a churchyard for the last week of my first month before I got a paycheck, sleeping on a pile of newspapers under an awning in the rainy season because I didn't bring enough money. And my parents said, "Hey, we'll give you more money so you're safer, you can go." And I said, no, I don't want that. I want to Indiana Jones it, man. I want to be an adventurer. I want to have my fucking, I want to have my adventure.
I want to tell people in 30 years that I did this.
But not even that. I just wanted to challenge myself somehow. I want to see if I could survive. And I did. And so it was nice. But I did because I was open-minded. I didn't mind being uncomfortable. And I thought of every experience as a learning experience. And I think if you can do that, then you're okay. You can do it. If you're looking for something comfortable and easy, then don't do it. But if you're looking for something that will inspire you and enrich your life somehow, then go for it. Especially in a country like Japan, which is safe as fuck. There's nothing here that's ever going to hurt you or kill you. If you do it in a dangerous country, then you're going to need some help. And of course, as a man, it's much easier than a woman, because I think women are not treated as equally as men many times, and women are sometimes hurt more than men, and sometimes. So you have to be more careful about the countries you go to and where you go. But try. If you got the guts to go, then do it. I mean, you're only young once. You might as well try. You can always go back.
I could do two cliches. You're only young once.
I mix a lot of metaphors. So.
And you only got one life to live. There we go. I can sort of relate to that, because when I left home, I think a lot of people who are like longtime viewers of my channel know that I had a military career.
Right. You're in the Navy, right?
Air Force.
Air Force, that's right.
I had a military career before all of this. Actually, I started my YouTube channel while I was still in the military, so a lot of my early videos are shot like in my dorm room at the the base. But when I left home, it was a similar situation. Like, I had a bag full of clothes and $40 in my pocket, and the only reason I had $40 in my pocket was because my mom gave me $40 the day I left home. Otherwise, I would have had jack shit in my pocket.
Yeah.
But I was just so sick of being in the same place, and I was bored, and I was just like, you know what, and part of it, I think, it was from growing up playing video games, and sort of vicariously
you can feel like an adventure.
Yeah, vicariously living those adventures of like characters, right? Like playing a game like Shenmue and seeing like, you know, okay, well maybe this is how they live in Japan a little bit, you know, or, you know, seeing that character go through like those trials and tribulations, or playing like Japanese games, playing European games, playing all this stuff. But a part of it like kind of like sparked my imagination, whereas like, don't get me wrong, I really appreciate where I grew up, and I appreciate people there, and I appreciate the culture and everything, but at a certain point I felt like there was something more, like maybe I'm missing a little something. So I was like, yeah, fuck it, you know, military, maybe that'll get me out. My dad had been in the military, so it was like, I mean, of course, when he joined the military, the Vietnam War was going on, so the first place he went was Vietnam, which he loved, by the way. He joined, like,
what did he love about it?
Well, he just wasn't in Louisiana anymore. My dad was like a small guy who got bullied a lot and just really didn't like any of the people he was like living around. Like he lost his front teeth before he got out of high school, like from bullying, you know what I mean?
Oh shit.
So like he just wanted to get the fuck out of his hometown. Like he was that desperate where he didn't give a shit if he went to Vietnam or wherever he went. He was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. So that was his first experience away from home. I remember one story he told me where like one night he fell asleep underneath like a tractor trailer or something because it was like raining and stuff, so he just like fell asleep underneath the tractor, and when he woke up in the morning there was a family there because they were in a village, and it was a Vietnamese family making tea in an old like metal military helmet from like however long ago. So they had a helmet over a fire and they were making tea out of it, and he got up and rolled out of the mud and just like walked over and sat with his family and like drank tea with them. Or other times where he like drank this like booze that like made him puke and everybody laughed at him and stuff like that. Just a bunch of shit he went through at that time. But just listening to some of the stories my dad told me, plus like sort of developing kind of like a desire for an adventurous nature, part and parcel because of playing so many video games and appreciating what the characters had done in those games. I just wanted to get the fuck out of my hometown and seek a little adventure. Yeah. You know, and that brought me to Europe. That was my first time really away from home. Was they're like, all right, you're going to Germany. Like, bam, boom, you're in Germany now, and you're going all around Europe. You're doing all
which is something you'd never be able to do if you just worked at the corner drugstore.
Yeah, fucking, because I did all that shit. Yeah. When I was a teenager, as soon as I could, I was working at Sam Goody. I was working at Walmart. I was working at all these fucking places, stocking shelves and all that kind of stuff.
Alphaveta.
Yeah, all that kind of shit. And I just, I wasn't digging it anymore. It's like, I want to go somewhere, I want to do something. So I went to Europe, went all around Europe. Then they were like, hey, well, I'm in Germany. They're like, hey, jobs opened up in Japan. Fucking hey, I've always wanted to go to Japan, so I'm here. And then they're like, oh, you got to deploy to Qatar, so I'm out in the fucking desert for like. And I come back to Japan, then I go to like Texas. I'm on the border of Texas and Mexico in a little town called Del Rio, by the way. Which Del Rio, it was boring and it was hot, but good fucking lord, the food was amazing. Barbecue, legit Mexican food. Goddamn, Del Rio was badass.
Nice.
Then I came back to Japan, and this is where I've been ever since. But that's a really long-winded answer to Tabby's question.
I hope we answered your question, or at least gave you something, Tabby.
Yeah, but sometimes
but don't be afraid of not fitting in socially, because I mean, people in their own country don't fit in socially.
True.
You just have to be yourself. And you know what's really nice about living in another country is you can be anybody you want. You don't have to be from your country. You can completely reinvent yourself. Maybe in your own country, in your own neighborhood, you were the shy person or something, or this person or that person. Yeah. But when you go to another country, you're completely new. You can reinvent yourself. You can change yourself completely. Yeah. And nobody knows and nobody cares. You can just be whoever you are. And that's you're born again. And so it's really a wonderful thing. And you got nobody to put anything on you other than what you just want to put on yourself. And it's refreshing, isn't it?
Sometimes you just got to step off the ledge.
Yeah. Give it a shot. You can always go back.
Yeah.
But but when you get older and you get settled into something and you get married and you have kids and you get a job and stuff, you can't just split and try something new. But before you do all that kind of stuff, take a chance. Like you said, step off the edge and just try.
Youth is the time.
Youth is the time to just find out who you are and find what you're made of.
what you're made of. Fucking A. Eric,
find out your grit.
with the wisdom. Find your grit, baby. Eric,
You got some stuff.
I hate to cut you off. We got to give this guy a fucking medal, I think. Or something. Jesus fucking Christ. Robotic, neutronic, symbolic, with another $50.
Let's say the name again.
Robotic, neutronic, symbolic.
Brother, come to Tokyo. Drinks and food are on me. You can sleep on my sofa. It's a very nice sofa. Many people have slept here. You're welcome anytime.
That's what I'm saying. Any fucking time of day. I've got you. I'll take you to the izakaya, and I'll drop you off at Eric's apartment, and he can handle you from there, probably.
We'll have fun.
We're going to have fun. You're going to smoke cigars and drink whiskey. Robotic, neutronic, symbolic says, hey, Jim, had to pull the trigger again for you guys. Much love. Keep it going.
Thank you so much.
Another drink for me, brother. Tekken, Captain Falcon.
Mucho apreciado.
A lot.
It's not even correct Spanish.
Muy
apreciado.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Come by.
Okay. What else we got going on? We got a lot going on. Hashim Smith, who is a gentleman here in Japan, I believe. I know him through Instagram. He says, I can relate to that. Came to Japan after being tired of working in the same retail jobs over and over and making minimum wage. Japan really opened my eyes and gave me an opportunity to try new things.
Yeah.
That's what it does for a lot of people.
If you ever have a chance, live in a foreign country. If I were king,
King of the world!
If I were the king of the world, I would make sure that everybody's junior year in high school, you must be an exchange student to another country. And every country could exchange students to every other country's high school for your junior year, I think is a good time, because you're old enough to kind of have something. But you should finish in your own country, high school kind of thing. But just take your junior year abroad. It should be called the World Junior Year Abroad Program or something, where people are forced, if possible. Not forced. Don't want to force anybody to do anything. But
you're gonna do this.
But make the opportunities available. That if people can just go to another country, I think we would have far less international problems. And we would have far less, racism and prejudice and things like that, if we can understand that just people are people.
If you could look like my life, let's say 30 years down the road, I'm some highly elected government official or whatever, and I can look back and be like, the other government official from some other country, no, I know them. No, they're cool.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
No, yeah, whatever. We'll hang out. We'll do something. We'll work something out.
Yeah.
There's some peace treaty or whatever, right? It's cool. Like that could be, if you had literally a generation where everybody was just kind of sort of commingling and stuff like that, it'd probably be easier to do shit like that.
Yeah,
just be
totally.
Look down the aisle and be like, oh wait, oh fuck, I know you. What's up, bro? Air high five.
Yeah.
Like at the UN or some shit like that. Just be like, oh, bam. I know that. I know the fine gentleman from Ethiopia. What's up, bro? Remember that time we got fucked up together? What's up? Sign the peace treaty, dude. All right, don't fuck around.
And it just teaches you a way to look at something from a different perspective.
Yeah.
But we get isolated into these little pockets of ideology that doesn't let us open our mind up to another way of thinking. But if you actually live in another culture, you understand that my country is not the best country. My country is not the only country. And that everyone has a right, every culture is beautiful and amazing for certain reasons.
Yeah.
But if you don't go there, you don't understand the reasons.
And that's applicable, across the board, especially when I was in university, going back, and especially near the school I was going to, because it was an international school, you would see a lot of the, Japanese nationalist, kind of contingency of being like, white pig, go home, that kind of shit. You know, it's like, maybe if that dude had spent like a semester in fucking, like, I don't know, California or fucking Texas or some shit like that, maybe he wouldn't be such a dickbag.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. For me, it's helped me a lot. Like, just going around, sort of like absorbing, like, you know, cultures and perspectives and things, and growing my own mind, right? Like, understanding that, like for me, for example, not just video games, because, like, when you're, like, a gamer, right? Like, we've seen in the chat here, like, people from, like, Europe, people from the North America, South, all over the fucking world. Gaming is something that brings you together, like these subcultures. Sure. I'm also, like, a big-time heavy metal enthusiast. Metalhead, totally. And so, like, when I was in Germany, I went to, like, metal festivals. Like, Wacken Open Air 2010 I went to, by the way. And I was hanging out with metalheads from fucking Greece, from fucking Egypt, from, you know, all over Europe, North America, everywhere, Asia, everyone piling together because of their love for this fucking monolithic thing, which is metal. And even here in Japan, I still go to metal bars and punk bars and shit. Run, you know, like, that's the thing. And it's kind of an answer to what Tabby D was talking about earlier, that social isolation. What the fuck are you into? Whatever you're into.
You can find enthusiasts.
You're going to find, especially in Tokyo,
the
biggest, most densely
international.
So most densely populated city in the world. You're gonna, dude. I have found subcultures in this city for like bluegrass music.
Oh, huge! Anything.
Zydeco. Zydeco. My native music.
Yeah.
My brother. I found a Zydeco band in a bowling alley.
Yeah.
Of all fucking places. But when I go to like metal bars and shit like that, I'm palling around with like Japanese metal enthusiasts.
And they don't care where you're from.
No.
They love that you're from another place.
Yeah. Because it's metal.
Yeah.
That's sort of your unifying thing.
You like that too? I do too. Where are you from? Wow, that's great. We like the same thing.
And that's the beauty of talking with people.
Tabby, you can find people anywhere that you can share something that you like together.
You find those things that bring you together.
It's great. And it just tells you that you're all human.
Yeah.
You know, you're not all from a country or a religion or a political party or anything like that. That you all can share the same thing.
And you all love metal.
It's very human.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
Right? Because talk to that person from the other islands, be like, Tekken? Come on, Tekken, come on.
Yeah.
Maybe you solve your differences with like a Tekken battle.
Yeah.
Something like that. That's what I'm talking about.
You should check. Some people are putting stuff out.
We got all kinds of shit in the chat. I'm saying that's the world I want to live in.
Yeah, for sure.
We solve all
I just don't want to miss anybody's stuff they want to talk about.
Tekken battle.
Because we enjoy talking to each other all the time.
Yeah.
But I want to pay attention to what other people are saying.
Yeah, I hear this shit almost ad nauseum.
Sorry. I just don't want to miss what you're saying.
I know, because it's so compelling, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hashim Smith says, thanks, James. You're welcome, Hashim. And I got your messages on Instagram. Just send me another. Sometimes I'm a little busy to like answer like every single message. But Hashim, I do want to hang with you. I want to grab a beer, so just shoot me some messages on Instagram. Alacar2089, someone I appreciate very much here on YouTube. If I ever have a chance to live there, I'll definitely make the jump. This is a guy that would love to pay a visit to Japan.
It's a good country.
Edward Leslie, the sky is goofy. I don't know if he's talking about me or you, but I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
The sky is goofy, or this guy is goofy?
This guy.
This guy is
not
goofy.
The sky.
I thought you said
That's
sky
the
is
whiskey
goofy.
talking. The sky is goofy. I think he could be talking about me or you. It's probably apt for both of us. We're some goofy motherfuckers.
It reminds me of a comedian one time that said he thought that Jimi Hendrix was gay because he said, listen to it, because Jimi Hendrix says, excuse me while I kiss this guy. So, you know, sometimes what you hear is not always what's there.
Well, Jimmy was really stoned when he could have been
Jimmy
saying anything.
You never know with Jimmy. He was a
didn't
good
know
guy.
what he was saying.
Yeah.
Hey, fuck it. All right. Let's see. Ramon Luis Resto Rivera says, "What's up?" And then he says, "You the man, Jim."
You the man, Jim.
He's right about that.
He is the man.
I must admit. Saturn Tubes. Oh yeah, Jim. Update. Temple U rejected my application. Big fan of play. I'm sorry, Saturn Tubes. Temple U, they can be a little bit picky. For those who don't know, when I first came, the first school I attended was Lakeland University in Shinjuku, which was a fantastic school. But I transferred to Temple University, which was
Temple's good.
Oldest and largest foreign university in Japan.
Yeah.
So I transferred there to finish my BA in communication studies. And Saturn Tubes, I'm sorry you got rejected, but I think they've been rejecting a lot of people. They rejected my friend Andy, for example. Andy's been working his ass off. I just think in the current age, quote unquote, and I hate using those terms, the current age we're living in, they're being really, really choosy, but I hope your plan B works out. Eric stepped out. That means he's got to step into the Eric cave and get some of his action, his Eric rangs, his things that he throws at people when they annoy him.
I'm pissing.
Kevin Wagner, what game company? Ooh, patient. We're gonna save that for Eric. That's a good question because I would like to know that too. Too much radiation. Well, Edward, if it's fried all of our brains, then. But I could tell you, Edward, that you are full of shit, sir. Because I actually have a humanitarian service medal for assisting Japan through that time, and if my brain is not radiated, then nobody's is. So you might want to reconsider your position on that. Eric, here, yes. Eric returns. We have a good question from Kevin Wagner, or Wager, whatever. Kevin wants to know, what game company paid you the best? Who brought that moolah?
It doesn't really change by company, it changes by job.
What was your best paying job then? I would assume something.
Well, Shenmue probably because it took more hours.
Yeah, that was a long.
You get paid. You get, as far as the game companies, they all pay about the same, and it just depends on how long you're in the studio. I never felt that one company paid me more than another company. Mm-hmm. It just matters how long you're in the studio. And every game basically pays about the same. And it also depends on the agent. Some agents take a bigger cut than other agents.
Yeah.
I don't know what the game companies pay. The game companies pay the agent. Yeah. And the agent pays me. So some agents take a certain percentage. And some of them take more, some of them take less. So I couldn't tell you what even the game companies pay me, because the game companies don't pay me. My agents pay me. So I have no idea, man. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
But we can assume by just hours of work, Shenmue was...
By hours in the studio, Shenmue took the most because it was the most dialogue and it was the longest speaking for the game.
Right.
So I
those
got
were
paid
good
more.
selling games too, as well.
But
pretty good.
But the selling comes after.
Yeah. So they don't fucking.
I don't know.
Especially
they don't know. They pay me for my job.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much the game makes.
Yeah.
Because I get paid before they make money.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's how it's very different from commercials and shit. You don't get royalties after that.
I don't get royalties. They just pay me. I walk into the studio. I do the job. They pay me money, and I have no idea what happens after that.
Holy fuck.
If the commercial goes many times,
yeah,
like I did, like Nets, the creative,
mm-hmm.
is a TV commercial I did. That went on for like 5-6 years, and I got paid many times. So that was great for me.
Nice.
Or Listen to Me, TDK. I did that. That went through like many recontracts.
Mm-hmm.
So my 1 hour of working, they paid me many, many times for that 1 hour of contracts, so I got paid more. I don't know what they paid my agent.
Yeah.
I only know what I got paid from my agent.
Agent could have been fucking me. Who knows?
So I have no idea, man.
Who knows? Who knows?
I have no information about that.
So Kevin Wager, there's your answer. Probably the Shenmue games, though, because they're the most time intensive, and you get paid for the time you put in.
Yes.
Okay, let's look up. Gabriel Perez, do you guys still follow American sports? WWE, that kind of like pro wrestling, or do you only follow Japanese sports, New Japan, that's a wrestling thing, by the way. Eric doesn't know wrestling. I know the wrestling.
I know the names of them, but I do not follow it.
If so, what teams do you follow? So if you follow American sports, Japanese sports, talk about it while I depart for a minute or so.
Okay. I don't follow sports. I've never been a big sports person. I like playing.
Boring answer. I love the
It's all I got.
Angels. I love the Dodgers.
It's all I got, man. I support California teams if there's some kind of international, like recently the World Series. I'm happy the Dodgers won, but I didn't watch any of the games. I'm sorry, man. I'm not a big sports person. I grew up surfing, scuba diving, sailing. I grew up on the beach, so I did a lot of ocean sports. I'm not a real competitive person. I don't join like group kind of things. I don't really feel I'm a part of a team support kind of thing myself. Although I do respect it, I appreciate it. I know people find a lot of joy in doing that, and that's great, and you should. I just don't do it myself, so I can't really give you an answer. But I think living in a foreign country, it's hard to watch the games sometimes. But now, with the internet and everything, you can watch them online, so that's cool. And there are communities here. You will find fellow supporters of a team in any country you live in, and it's a kind of a wonderful thing that brings people together. But personally, I don't really follow sports.
Sports.
He does more than I do. Ask him that question.
I honestly, I'm not the biggest sports fan, but as a kid, I grew up really loving.
But you seem like such an athlete.
I know, right? Look at me.
Yeah.
No, I'm the most athletic thing.
Drink that. I'll give you some more ice.
Sweet. Most athletic thing I did when I was younger, actually when I was a teenager.
Masturbation doesn't count.
Masturbation doesn't count, even though I got these forearms like a fucking Greek
on the
guy.
right hand.
Yeah. I actually got in a lot of trouble as a teenager, up to when I was 15. Legal trouble, mind you. My parents thought that putting me in martial arts might help.
And martial arts is not a sport.
It is.
But I mean, it's more than just a sport.
It's more than a sport, but we participated in the sporting aspect.
Right. But also, it's not a team sport.
It's not a team sport. No, it is not. I've never, aside from anything I've done at school, I've never participated in a team sport. When I was 15, I got in some trouble. My parents were like, you need to do something to distract you.
More discipline in your life.
Yeah. So I joined a Korean martial arts school where I studied Taekwondo and Hapkido. And then when I was 16, I got a job, and that helped me too. So I had money, and I had something to do with my time. And I did eventually end up competing in Taekwondo, the Olympic rules Taekwondo competition, where I ended up going to the state championships for Louisiana when I was a youngster.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. And after that, when I was in the military, there's a lot of time to spend in the military, so we would do shit like that. You would find other people who had practiced other martial arts styles. So while I was in the military, I tried Muay Thai and Kuk Sul Wan and Tang Sudo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and wrestling and boxing, all that kind of shit. So that's the most athletic stuff I've ever done. When I was, throughout most of my life, because I have a lot of family in Boston, I have supported the Red Sox. And when the Red Sox won the World Series back in 2000, whatever, everybody was super excited about that. But I've enjoyed watching baseball since I was a teenager. And boxing. I was a huge
I do like boxing
fan.
When I was a little kid, it was the time of Muhammad Ali and Frazier. So I would listen with my dad. We would listen to like the Rumble in the Jungle and things like that on the radio and stuff. And that was something fun I did with my dad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I was a little older, well, not older, but when I was a teenager, I got really into boxing. My favorites were Bernard Hopkins, the Executioner. He was a little older, right? He was one of the more veteran boxers or whatever, but he was very awesome. It was cool as shit. So Bernard Hopkins was one of my favorites. Ricky Hatton from the UK. He was just an aggressive, like, body puncher. He was just a mean little motherfucker in the junior welterweight division. Loved Ricky Hatton. I love Zab Judah as well, even though Ricky Hatton won his title from Kostya Tszyu, and Kostya Tszyu belted the shit out of Zab Judah. But I love Zab Judah as a kid. Heavyweights, I really liked Shannon Briggs. I loved Arturo Gatti because I just love anyone who can take a punch and make it really entertaining. So the whole Arturo Gatti, Mickey Ward trilogy I watched on like HBO Boxing and stuff. So I was a huge boxing fan back in the day. Nowadays, I don't really follow boxing anymore.
I don't either. I don't know who's up there anymore.
No, but when I was a youngster, boxing was the most exciting sport for me.
And I love boxing because I'm not really a team guy.
It's the sweet science.
It's the sweet science of pugilism. Yes. I'm really not a team person. I mean, I respect the team thing, and I think that's a wonderful thing. I've just never been like a team kind of person.
Yeah.
I've always been like a freelance. I don't even work for a company. You know, I've always been freelance. I've always been independent. I've always been kind of on my own.
You're an individual. I'm an individual. He's an individualist. I think we're digging deep on Eric here.
But no, see, now you got me. I forgot what I was going to say.
Kept you all over the place.
Boxing. There are certain sports that are just like fundamental to like survival. I've always loved like boxing and running and swimming and things that are actual sports that people would do for survival.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like teams with rules and stuff. It's like, how would you survive in your life? You fight, you run, you swim, kind of things like that. So there's some kind of purity to those that I really kind of respect in a way.
That was something that, and I'll say this now, he's still alive, and I love him very much, but my martial arts teacher, when I was a youngster, he was an older Korean gentleman, Sungman Kwan, aka Jackie Kwan. That was kind of the thing he tried to instill to me, because I don't know, it was like a little teeny tiny racist, but he thought like he thought Chinese and Japanese people weren't as good as Koreans, and that's sort of like an Asian thing, right?
Oh, it's a huge Asian thing.
They beef with each other.
Chinese, Japanese, and Koreans, they all kind of hate each other.
With the martial arts thing.
they all combine so much similarity, and they all kind of come from the same source in a way.
Well,
but you have to know that in Japan there's a lot of racism between Chinese and Koreans and Japanese.
With him though, he was a little older. He was from like the old school, so it wasn't so much Japanese, although he would rip on Japanese people sometimes. But he would always talk, because he would tell you these stories about his glory days when he was fighting in these tournaments in Thailand and shit like that. And he would tell you about how he always beat the shit out of the Chinese kung fu guys and stuff like that. Because he would be like, oh, they tried to fight like a monkey or a mantis or something like that. He was like, but you're a man. You fight like a man with your 2 fists and your 2 feet, and that's why they always got their ass kicked, because they don't fight like a man. So that was kind of like always like his thing of like, you're like a human being, and so you fight and you survive the way a human being should fight and survive. Not the way a monkey should fight, or a mantis, or a jaguar.
A different culture.
Yeah. So that was sort of his like very proud interpretation of like martial arts. It's like you fight on your feet like a man with your fists and your feet. So whatever. That was kind of his thing.
Check that out. I'm going to get you a drink.
Eric is going to get me a drink. I wonder what it could possibly be. Pretty sure it's going to be whiskey. All right, we got a whole lot going on in the chat. So let's check it out. My number one favorite. Oh, here comes Martin and Ricardo. They're talking about my hat at this point. Where's your favorite? My number one favorite Pantera album has to be their 1990 album, Cowboys from Hell. You should check out Overkill's '89 album, The Years of Decay, also produced by Terry Tate. Well, I'm going to agree with you, Martin and Ricardo. My favorite Pantera album is indeed Cowboys from Hell. I feel like it has like a lot of that energy they had like in the 80s, sort of like their youthful energy, but then it combines that with sort of like their personality as sort of like, I don't know, they were like a weird, like people have, called Pantera like groove metal, so to speak, but I like to think of Pantera as sort of like their own thing, where it's like they took the general sort of like thrash metal structure and added sort of like a little bit of, I don't know, like a southern sort of like style, almost like a bluesy kind of twang to it. So I appreciate them for that, but I feel like Cowboys from Hell is the perfect combination of their youthful, energetic style matched with that sort of like southern personality that they brought to the table. So thank you, Martin. Back to Shenmue 1 and 2. They were the most expensive games ever made at the time in the late 90s, early 2000s. Did you know that, Eric?
I can't hear you.
The Shenmue games at the time were the most expensive games ever produced.
Oh, I know. The first Shenmue game, Guinness Book of World Records as the most expensive game ever produced.
That's correct. That's a feather in your cap, sir.
Thank you.
You were in there.
I did the game, I know!
He did it! He knows it. I don't need to tell him. Just joining. Where is this being streamed from? I feel like I am right by the train station, says Desmo Pilot. Desmo, we are in the apartment. He's taking the camera now of Eric Kelso. I think that answers that question.
I didn't show you my propeller before.
Eric has
That's from a World War I Sopwith Camel airplane. And it is 100% completely fake. But I like it. And this is my surfboard.
100% completely fake, and he loves it.
100% completely real from Santa Barbara, California. Yater, a great Santa Barbara maker. But I don't use it. I haven't surfed in many years, but it's just part of my interior.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are indeed, if it sounds like we're near the train station, it's because we are, because Eric's apartment is adjacent to the train station here in Tokyo. All right. Carrying on. I'm going to just drink ice. What am I?
What am I, a chopped liver?
If I can seal here, fill her up, daddy. And you got some of that seltzer water too, right?
Yeah. A little salsa. Would you like a little salsa with that?
Want some salsa? Want some salsa? That's why people order the salsa.
Whoop. Look, I just put. That was shochu. Actually, I'll take that one.
Okay. You're gonna have the shochu and whiskey.
Yeah, we'll try it.
Combo.
It might be a new beautiful thing.
Who fucking knows, right?
Let's see.
Eric, he's gonna take the plunge.
Gotta try new things always.
As we continue over here, just joining. Where is okay? Edward Leslie, you're a douche.
Wow, that's actually very nice.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. We got a douche in the chat. Edward Leslie keeps bringing up radiation and nonsense like that.
Oh, Fukushima?
Yeah.
Nah. It never got to Tokyo. I mean, it was hard at the time for the people there. It was really hard, and it was a hard thing. Seems to be getting better now. I'm not sure. Haven't heard anybody talk about it in a long time.
When I was in the military, I was actually part of the humanitarian service mission that assisted the people of Japan through that ordeal.
Nice.
And we had our own sort of bioenvironmental department checking that out, keeping us updated on everything that was afoot. And we were fine here in Tokyo.
It didn't travel to Tokyo. But people didn't know about it at the time, so people were scared.
Well, that's first-hand knowledge, sir. You are, at the very best, fifth-hand knowledge. You're full of shit. So, fuck off. All right. I wish there was a true successor to the Sega Dreamcast, where you can play new games and the entire Dreamcast games and like that in a console. Because I don't know if you know this, Eric. The Sega Dreamcast, which is what the Shenmue games initially appeared on, that was the last console.
Yeah, when I was recording, we were at the Sega studio in Otori, Tokyo.
Yeah.
Big studio, really beautiful, wonderful. Yeah.
Well, since then, Sega has not... Like, Sega was a big deal in the console market, like the home video game console market, right? After that generation, they never produced another console again. They keep producing games that are published on other consoles like Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, that kind of shit. But your initial introduction to Sega, Shenmue, their last foray into the home console market.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Did not know that.
Pain in the ass for a lot of Sega fans. A lot of Sega fans are waiting for that next Sega console.
It just never came.
It just never came. And
the Dreamcast at the time was the big thing, right?
The Dreamcast was the fucking bomb.
Yeah.
But then the PS2, PlayStation 2 came out and sort of stole all his thunder.
Okay.
I think Sega was always too ahead of the curve for their own good.
Well, that happens.
They had this badass technology they were doing, better graphics than everybody else. They had a network connectivity so you can get online and play games. They had all that shit. But they released it in like 1999 in the US, so it was $99.99, but it was $98 here in Japan. So they gave Sony a whole like 2-year development process.
Just kind of rested on it.
So when the PS2 came out in 2000, they could release a console that had a DVD drive and a better built-in like hard drive and things for like online accessibility and stuff.
What do you think is the best platform to play games nowadays?
Now you're asking the wrong guy
because I know everybody has their own thing. Like I like Xbox, or I like
Xbox
this,
and PlayStation.
PlayStation.
Well, I'll say this. In this next generation, I'm going to buy a PlayStation 5. I've been, I would say, more of a PlayStation fan, even though I like Xbox a lot. I think PlayStation has sort of won me over more than them. And at this point in my life, I have friends who work at Sony Interactive, and they've sort of given me the 411, if you will, on the PlayStation 5, and I'm looking forward to it. So I'm going to pick up one of those. I think the PlayStation 5, that's going to be the deal. But I have a Nintendo Switch. I love it. I play the ever-living fuck out of my Nintendo Switch. But my next console is definitely going to be PlayStation 5.
Why?
Because they've built it up for me. They've got exclusives as far as games are concerned. Like, as far as just like the hardware goes, it's going to be like great. It's going to be the most like powerful, badass console ever released in terms of graphics and sound. Maybe you could argue, certain like PC modifications is going to be better and things like that. I'm not a PC gamer, so I don't give a flying fuck. But I want a PlayStation 5 because of its power and because of the exclusives that are going to be available for it that are not going to be available for Nintendo and Xbox.
If you agree, you disagree, you get back to him.
You get in the chat and tell me I'm an asshole or whatever else. But
so I don't even know about games, but I'll just tell me it's an asshole.
Don't say nothing bad about Eric, because Eric is a nice man. But me, I am
Bring it on.
the fucking guy. And you can call me an asshole all you like, but I'm going to get a PS5 because I got the inside track, if you will. Oh, we got some nice onigiri with fried shrimp in it.
Haven't tried this yet. You're going to try the onigiri.
I'm going to take a look at the chat. What do we got going on?
This is like turbocharged onigiri. This is not your usual onigiri. Usual onigiri looks like that.
Yeah.
But this is an onigiri with this sticking out.
Now we got some scramps. Desmo Pilot said the Xbox pretty much became the next Sega console, which is true.
Yeah.
They sort of drew on a lot of, as Eric leaves the room,
Go ahead.
they drew on a lot of designs and things, and even published a lot of Sega games on the Xbox, and my original OG Xbox, I loved a lot. I played Jet Set Radio Future, and Sega GT, and then they had like re-releases of some Sonic games, all that stuff. That was really good. So you're right about that, Desmo Pilot, and even the controller was modeled a lot after the Dreamcast controller. Alright, there's a little bit of lag here in the chat. It's a true successor to the Sega Dreamcast, where you can play new games and the entire Dreamcast games and what new console. Oh, I wish there was a new success with the Dreamcast. I do too. I'm a huge Dreamcast fan. That's kind of where I discovered this guy. Alright. Let's keep going. Fried scrimps, says Saramaru. Yes, sir. I want fried scrimp here. I'm going to get into that immediately as soon as I don't have to talk anymore. Have you played Yakuza, says Martin Ricardo. Yes, I have. I played a few of the Yakuza games. Apparently the only franchise on Sega's own since 2005. I've played a lot of those, and they are very good. Also, let's see who else we got. Hasn't the upgraded Switch proven fake false? I don't know. I don't know anything about an upgrade to the Switch. Eventually I'll get a Series X, PS2, and the Dreamcast. Well, get a Series X, get a PS2, get a Dreamcast. If you got to go back a few generations to get the games you want, hey, why the hell not? Go for that. Mark G says, good morning.
Where
the fuck are you, Mark G? We've been awake for a while now.
It's 4 p.m. in Tokyo right now.
It is 4 p.m. Let's see what else we got. Dance at Fuji's. All right, Edward, you're a dick, Edward Leslie. I'm sorry, I gotta call him like I see him.
Oh, somebody say something rude or something?
Nah, well, he's just fucking pushing my buttons. He's a little turd right now. I wish I had a Dreamcast after a friend lent me his, but I haven't found one yet. You know, when I was a kid, the first time I played a Dreamcast was at a friend's house, actually, and that was what made me really want one, because he had Jet's Grind Radio, and he had Shenmue. And I was like, this looks like the future of gaming right here. I gotta play this fucking thing. Alright. We got Chris Courage in the chat. Chris Courage, I like a lot.
Good name.
You need to make more videos, by the way, sir. I am telling you right now, you make more videos, you got a shout out coming in your future. I like what you're doing. Chris Courage says, hey Jim, how's it going? Hope you're having a good one. I am having a good one indeed, Chris Courage. I hope you are having a good one as well.
Happy days, brother.
Happy days, good man. 1:09 a.m. in South Dakota, USA.
South Dakota. Getting cold, right?
Getting pretty fucking cold, I would imagine. Actually, my buddy Dennis, who you know because his film.
Yeah, I loved his film. Very
he
nice.
recently released the film.
Shout out to Dennis and his film.
Dennis Livingston, and fuck, what I gotta do to share this with these people. But Dennis just released his first film. Dennis, also from South Dakota.
There you go.
I'll have you know.
My mother was from South Dakota.
Really? Your mom's from South Dakota. That explains the Swede in her.
It was the Swede in her. And then they came out like Route 66 when she was a little girl.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, those of you who know Dennis from my videos that he's been in, helping me out a lot with the camera and all that, he's made a film. So go and check it out.
Shot in Japan about Japanese people and stuff. It's very interesting.
Yeah, 100% Japanese.
Yeah.
He did a great job. He's working on the next film, as a matter of fact. And he's working on some secret stuff for me and Eric as well. But yeah, go and check him out. But Chris Courage, not Chris Courage, Dragonfly 69. My good friend Dennis shares your statehood, sir. He is a man of your state, South Dakota. 12:08 at my place in Arizona, says Martin and Ricardo. Have you ever been to Arizona, Eric?
I have. When I was doing an NHK radio show called Radio Eikaiwa, 1998, I think, I drove Route 66 as a reporter for NHK Radio. And spent about 2 weeks driving Route 66. And went through a lot of really amazing places, and went through towns like Two Guns, Arizona. I think it was Arizona. Don't get angry if it wasn't Arizona, but you know there are towns. There are such amazing names, you know. And there's like Moscow and London and Two Guns and things like that. Great names of towns, and just had an amazing time. And it was the old historic Route 66 route, which isn't used that much because I think I-70. Is that what cuts across there now?
Yeah.
And once they put that in, nobody really did, 66 anymore because it's just a 2-lane highway, which was fine, like 100 years ago kind of thing.
Yeah.
But people found a faster way. But there are still such wonderful little communities along Route 66 and little diners and little hotels and things like that. It's such a wonderful Americana, part of American history that's just so beautiful and interesting. And if you ever have a chance, drive Route 66, because such nice people, and all along Route 66, and it's beautiful and it's historic. So yeah, I was very lucky to have the chance to actually do that for my work. I drove Route 66 as a reporter, doing just different cultural things. It was amazing.
So you're saying get your kicks
on Route 66.
On Route 66.
Yeah.
Fucking it. All right. So what else we got? Is anyone going to see the new Monster Hunter movie? It says Mercenary Midnight. I don't think I am. Eric, who do you think can win in a modern Tekken, Paul or Kuma? So he's asking you, in Tekken, who do you think would win? Your character of Paul, or the bear you face down in that game? Because that's a bear now. That's not a
actually,
man. It's not a man.
I was putting together my compilation of characters on a kind of a thing of my game characters, scenes and stuff, and the one I chose was him fighting the bear, and Paul is like, "Oh, I'm the toughest in the world. Come on!" And the bear's like, "Rah!" It's like round one, ready, fight, kind of thing. And he's taking on a bear, and I loved. I remember when I recorded it, and they said, "Okay, you're fighting a bear." I'm like, "I'm fighting a bear," because I don't play the games. I'm just doing the voices. And so, okay, and this one you're fighting a bear. I'm like, wait, I'm fighting a bear? A bear would fucking kick my ass. It's a big old grizzly bear. How would I ever win? It's a video game. You got to fight each other.
Yeah.
Like, how many moves does a bear have? And
Maul, die.
Yeah, Maul, crunch. That's it. And it was great. I think the bear would totally kick his ass. But it was fun voicing the fight, because that was like the best fight voice I've ever done.
Yeah.
Was Paul fighting the bear.
I'm the strongest in the universe.
Yeah, and that's what he says, is I'm the strongest in the universe. Come on. And the bear's like, "Arr!" And it was great. I thought, wow. Is this like, does Peter know about this?
I'm about to beat the fuck out of a bear. Holy shit.
But it was great. I loved it. Yeah.
Fantastic. So the bear would win ultimately.
I think the bear would win. And I would hope the bear would win.
In our minds, Paul is going to beat the ever-living shinola out of that bear.
I got a little pride.
The bear
I
fist.
hope I can hang well.
Paul hung well because I personally beat the ass off of that bear.
You played Paul and you beat the ass off the bear.
I beat that bear unmercifully.
Brother, thank you.
The bear no longer exists as far as I'm
that.
concerned. If you personally check out the Grand Canyon in your own eyes, it's like watching native IMAX. Have you ever been to the Grand Canyon?
I have.
Tell me about that, because this gentleman says like watching IMAX.
It's literally breathtaking. I mean, the first time I kind of stepped up close to the edge and looked at the Grand Canyon, I actually felt like, that kind of feeling. You get it like maybe once or twice in your life.
Yeah.
That actually, and you actually, that's why they say it's breathtaking.
Yeah.
Because you don't get that in, a breathtaking view. It's like, it's pretty.
Yeah.
But it's not breathtaking. It didn't take my breath away.
Mm.
But
the good view is relaxing.
Yeah, and it's like, wow, that's beautiful. But I can still breathe okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But when I actually stepped up close to the edge, and it wasn't just because I was close to the edge. It wasn't that close.
Yeah.
But just the expanse of it and the depth of it.
Yeah.
And you can see that, the degrees of, millions of years of erosion and stuff. And you just see like, this is like, my life is like this big.
Yeah.
Compared to this.
This expanse.
And that's what really blew me away.
Right.
Is like, I am nothing. This is like the earth.
Yeah.
And it like, I actually was like for a second. And this is the first time I ever realized what the word breathtaking means.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, that's badass. Well,
it's one of the bucket list things you got to see.
I think, Eric, with that description of the Grand Canyon and its breathtaking nature, I think it's about time we wrap this up. We got some stuff in the comment section here. Most bears have no interest in humans.
Yeah.
So generally, just
that's what I'm saying. Did Peter know about this? Because bears don't want to hurt people.
So that bear probably didn't even want to fight Paul. Paul is just an asshole.
It's protecting its kids, or
Paul was
bears are pretty cool.
Being a jerk. He just wanted to fight.
I think Paul was kind of being an ass.
He's not an animal lover. What it is with Paul.
I think Paul. He was in the ring. He had to fight the bear.
Yeah.
The bear was in the ring. He had to fight Paul.
Yeah.
It's the people who put that whole thing together, to put the bear and Paul into the ring together, who should be punished.
Sons of bitches. And when we find out who that is...
He's trying to make a couple of bucks off some tickets.
Because Paul is a man who lives by his fists. Yeah. What his fists can earn him. The bear is an animal.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there.
You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna.
But he did look pretty badass.
He looked pretty.
He was standing up. Like
yeah. He looked pretty cool.
He kind of looked into it.
When I was, the whole thing was pretty badass. But again, I played Paul, so I just beat the bear senseless. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is gonna do it for today's stream with Eric Kelso.
Good time. Thank you,
sir. Here at his apartment in Tokyo, just up the street from mine, as a matter of fact.
And we'll do it again if you liked it.
We will do this.
We live just right next to each other. He's next station, so we're okay.
I'm literally down the street from Eric. So anytime you want to see us sit here and drink beer and whiskey and eat food together, we will be happy to come back and do it again. But as for today, I've had a little bit, you've had a little bit.
I'm good. We can go longer if you want.
Oh, we're definitely going to after the camera's off. But I don't want them to see what this degrades into.
How debaucherous it could be.
Exactly. How debaucherous it can be. So thank you, everyone, for your comments. Thank you, anyone who subscribed.
And contributions as well. Thank you so much.
Contributions was amazing. Thank you, everybody. People who subscribed during the broadcast, that was great, too. So we appreciate it greatly. Thank you, everybody. And until next time, and while I scoot up to awkwardly turn off our stream, which is going to be one of these, thank you from myself, from Eric Kelso.
Thank you.
Here in Tokyo, Japan. It was great having you. So we'll...
Arigatou gozaimasu. Tanoshikatta.
Arigatou gozaimashita. Tanoshikatta. We'll see you next time. Goodbye. Man, really.